Tierra del Fuego, Argentina. The barren tail of South America that stretches out to the South Atlantic Sea, inhabited by only one solo South American cowboy, the last gaucho. Its rocky shores have claimed countless lives, pummeled for centuries by high winds and stormy seawaters. European settlers tried to survive here. They didn't last long. Wild horses, wild cattle, and a few derelict buildings are all that's left of their early attempts. This is one of the most extreme places on Earth, and I'm here to survive without food, water, supplies, or safety.
This place is about as desolate as it gets. It's the land of shipwrecks. Skeletons of these ships scattered all up and down this coast. Before the Panama Canal was built, this is where the explorers came, around the tip of South America. This is a place where wild stallions run free. There's even wild cow here, about 2,000 head. If I'm lucky, shooting a wild calf can be part of my survival here, just as the gauchos survived before me. Well, this shoreline is no place for me. Wind's just coming straight in on me. I mean, look at it. Tide's coming in, storm, fog. I'm gonna make my way out of here. Find a spot up on the land, someplace I can get up, camp up there. It's cold and damp here. This time I'm not here to survive alone. Not in Argentina. No. I'm gonna need a horse. It'll be a long journey along this coastline. Without a horse, I don't think it would be survival. I think it'd be just perishing. To land up at the top is nothing but peat bogs. It's very, very difficult travel. The bottom, going along the beach coastline, that's my only answer. But there's some very dangerous capes I have to get around. I've got to time everything with the tide. And if I get caught in between, with the high tide coming in, I'll be in serious, serious trouble. So one horse will be my pack horse, carry the horse food. They don't have to go through survival like I do, and my camera gear. Well, it's getting dark. I want to get a move on, try and find some protected area to spend the night. It's going to be a cold one. Having a second horse helps with carrying my gear, but adds a level of difficulty. Now I have to care for two large animals instead of just one. And even more daunting, I have to control two large animals. My goal is to find my way to the remnant gaucho cabins, to see if I can successfully hunt in the interior. All along the way, I have to sneak past hundreds of wild bulls with a reputation for aggressive behavior and even attacks. At this point, I've been riding for a few hours before finally coming to the one protected bit of shoreline where I can hunker down for the night. Tomorrow means more riding until I can find a cabin. But for now, I need to prepare for the dark. That's the downside of traveling with horses, is the tear down at night and the setup in the mornings. It takes my time, for sure, but it's a lot easier than traveling in the peat bog on foot. All up top is very wet, very tough going. It would just be brutal trying to get through on foot, so let's hope I hold on to these horses for long enough to get me out of this mess. Well, the sun's going down. The days here are really short. Whatever I've got to do to affect survival, I've got to do between the hours of about 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. Otherwise, I sit and wait out the cold night. Hopefully tonight, not too cold. Of course, the benefit of having horses is having horse blankets. Help to keep the chill off me tonight. The plan is that there are gaucho cabins and shelters and huts all along the way here, and other than a night like tonight, where I didn't quite make it to one, I'll try to find them, and as I roughly know where they are on the coastline, make my home there, and see if I can get out on the land and what I can catch. That's beautiful. I've walked a ways down the beach here. See if I can see some running streams, but nothing. So it's going to be about 24 hours without water, I guess. Should be able to find some streams further ahead. As rough as it is out here, that's one beautiful sunset. A couple of days ago, it snowed here, heavy. Now, that's something that I don't want. Temperature's probably right at freezing right now. The water still ices over. That's cold enough. It doesn't need to get any colder and snow on me. Actually, this is probably the only little nook, little cranny I can find on this entire coastline right now that's protected from the wind. Wind is everything. If I had to stay in the wind right now, there'd be no sleeping.
A lack of sleep has always been my greatest nemesis to survival.
It's a cold morning, no matter what way you look at it. The sunrise is beautiful, but it's a cold night. Spent most of it shuffling around a lot, getting up to try and get warm. The tide's way down right now. Make for easy traveling. The gauchos, they had a tough time out here. They tried to make a go of it, and they couldn't, because it's very difficult survival. And my first order of business is to try to make it to one of their shelters. Hello. Gotta remember, these horses don't actually know me. Only been about 2 days with them, 3 days, so me getting used to them and them getting used to me is part of the process. The other thing to remember is I'm not really a horseman. Ridden horses a few times in my life, but it's still pretty much a fresh and new activity for me, so a lot of chances for me to make mistakes. Took me a little while, actually, to get the black horse to settle for me this morning. The big animals. If anything goes wrong out here with an animal this big, I could be in serious jeopardy. I have to admit, for me, it's probably even a little easier just to walk with the horses whenever I can walk, just because I'm an inexperienced rider. I've got the second horse tied to the back of the first horse. That's okay, but if there's any trouble, it's a little dangerous. Because if one horse starts freaking out, maybe the pack starts to fall off or something like that, then, and he's tied to the other horse, woo-hoo, that can be nasty.
Surviving on the edge of the ocean, water is almost always in view, but undrinkable. Water is always one of the first and most vital aspects of survival to consider.
That's the best I can do. That's what I'm doing it from. Basically, hoof prints, wild cows, wild horses. That's why there's cow crap and horse crap everywhere. Oh, hoof print water. It's better than dehydration.
The cows here became wild when they stopped being cared for years ago, and they're considered an invasive species on this land. I've been riding past hundreds of them, and they can be very dangerous. And just as I'm passing a couple of nasty-looking bulls with high cliffs all around me, while I look for a way down, it happened.
Whoa, 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 whoa. It's okay, 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 it's okay. Okay, it's okay. Well, that happened. Pack got loose on the last hill and fell off the horse. He was riding underneath his belly. He was freaking out. Meanwhile, I'm trying to find my way down this cliff. I'm not sure which way to go down. And now I'm on the top of the hill in the wind and the cold. Got to deal with this. That's the problem of surviving with horses. It's not easy. So now I've got nowhere to tie these horses up. I got to hold on to them and pack them at the same time. This is going to take a while. What a mess. There we go. Okay, that's a start. I gotta hope I didn't lose anything. Gotta do this all very gently. This pocket's ripped right open. My harmonica would have fallen out. Can't have that.
That was a close call. Horses are powerful animals, This little yet potentially very dangerous situation with the pack slipping down to the horse's belly has left me shaken. I have a few more hours of riding yet, and shaken confidence is bad news for a survival situation. Walking would be endless and extremely difficult through all the peat bog sections of my travel, yet I'm now ruling over 2 horses without confidence. So I prefer to walk, but the distance I have yet to go is much too far to give up on the horses now. So on I ride, hoping to make it to the nearest gaucho cabins soon.
Tied up the horses, and I've got my first stream of fresh water. I'm gonna guzzle as much as I can here. At the moment, I've got nothing to carry water in, so I'm just gonna drink and drink and drink, because really one of the best places to carry water is in your belly. Well, it's brown, but it'll do. It's the first full day without food in my stomach, so as much water as I can drink, I will. Helps me to feel full, not so hungry, and it'll keep away any dehydration, headaches, or problems. It's ice cold water, it's nice. Doesn't matter where you go, where you have to survive, this is the key to life. Especially in the cold weather, actually. That's the toughest time to remember to stay hydrated. Horses are watching me. They must think I'm nuts talking to myself.
Areas this rugged often show extreme examples of life and death played out on the coastline.
This is something I see everywhere around here. Oh, wait a minute. I was going to say it's a dead cow, but it's not. It's a dead guanaco. The guanacos are protected in this area. They're not really llama family, but they look a lot like a llama. The one kind that can't be domesticated. Every time they tried to, they would die. They wouldn't live in captivity. So they remain out here as wild and free as the stallions and the cows. Nothing left there for me to partake of. This is what keeps the condors fed.
With the sun hanging low in the sky and 2 days' ride behind me, I finally made it to a gaucho cabin. It'll be refuge from the biting ocean winds and a place to attempt survival in Tierra del Fuego. From here, I can search the interior and hunt for game. I can settle the horses and not worry about packing them up every morning to move on.
This is gonna be home.
Compared to staying out on the land, it is indeed home. It's not often when faced with survival that one can take advantage of an existing shelter.
Well, I'm just gonna check the place out. Ah, nice. Wood stove. Now I've just gotta get some food and water.
Food will mean looking inland and possibly hunting a wild cow. And water will have to come from melting the pockets of snow or from the roof should it come on to rain. This shelter is likely close to 70 years old, but it's a paradise to a lost traveler and a rare find in a survival situation.
I don't know if you can hear that or not. It has been pouring for a couple of hours now, and the wind is just howling. And I've been awake for about an hour and a half trying not to throw up. As for the weather, well, Argentina is one of those places where they say, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. But it's been a lot longer than 5 minutes, and it's coming down. I hope the horses are okay. I mean, it's like an intense storm out there right now. This is gonna be an interesting morning.
hear that? The wind is just insane right now. I don't think I'm in Kansas anymore because it feels like it could easily blow this shelter away. You get what you get in a survival situation. No more than rain, snow, cold, heat, wind. In a survival situation, wind is a lockdown. When the wind blows strong and hard, there's not much you can do. Wait it out. I have to keep telling myself this place has lasted here over 70 years. That it can withstand this windstorm. The strongest winds I've ever been in. The whole building is just shuddering. I feel like this is the day that it finally gets blown down, and I'm here to witness it. Let's hope not.
You can't see the wind like you can see rain and snow. You can only feel its effects. It can wick away your body heat in seconds and bring on hypothermia quickly. It's the one ingredient added to cold, rain, snow, or sand that can turn a difficult situation into a deadly one. And today, I can't even make it out to the coast.
I think probably the worst is the wind. Woo! This is the strongest wind I've ever been in. I could use a big fat cow to eat right about now. And I can see them. And all because of wind, I can't even get out to get them, and I'm ready to go. There's no movement out there. There's no nothing. Everything's hunkered down. And I'm trapped. I hate being trapped.
I've learned something early on in survival ordeals. You can't judge unless you were there. It's rare that I have to stop doing what I intend to do in a survival situation. When it happens, it always has a profound effect on my emotions.
It's been about 9 hours since it started. It's still blowing. This is as bad as the endless rains in the jungles. Once it starts, you're at its mercy. 12 hours. Still blowing hard.
When trapped in a survival ordeal, it can be demoralizing to have to sit and watch as time goes by.
Hours. Still blowing strong.
All through my daylight hours, the wind blows hard. And just like that, it's over. But now I'm another day weaker and without food, and I'm carrying a few days of frustration, none of which is making me feel any more confident for dealing with the horses.
It may not seem like all that much, but when you're in a survival situation and you've got to look after an animal or another person for that matter, it's a lot of extra duty. In this case, I've got the horses to deal with. Your brain's got to concentrate on so many things. Right now, I'm mostly concerned with what I've got to do. And meanwhile, I got to think, oh, wait a minute, the horses. Right, okay, what do they need at the moment? Oh, around the tree, back down, and back through the hole. I'm not thinking right here. What the heck? Come on, brain, work. What am I messing up here? This is when I know I need more food than I think. Years of doing the bowline and lack of food for a few days, and I forgot how to do it. Okay, being that nauseous last night, I think took a stripe or two out of me, and I'm dizzy. Time to check out all the area. This is obviously where they've hung cows before after hunting them out there. Wild cows. Okay, check this out. Oh. Okay, that's pretty disgusting. Obviously crawling with maggots, but if I had to, I could boil it up. There's some here too. Big hunk of cow fat. I have no idea of knowing how old it is, but I have a feeling I'm gonna be calling it dinner tonight. So this is where I can keep my horse tackle nice and dry, clean. This looks like a treasure trove, possibly just junk. Broken glass and a lot of big hunks of metal. Not a lot I can do with. Keep looking around to see what else I can find.
Survey of the cabin area done. I can get back on track with my needs, and food is making its way to the top of the list. All around the cabin are herds of wild cows, and all I need is one. Taking one with nothing more than a .22 rifle is not going to be easy.
Just gonna do a little harness making here with some lamp wick. Well, that should work. And hopefully shoot myself some dinner and some breakfast and some lunch. It's gonna be a lot easier said than done. Let's go sight this thing in.
I'm a good shot, but this is an old gun, and it was handed to me just before my journey with the advice that I should try to hunt a young cow.
Well, let's just go see where that one hit. It sounded good. Hey, all right. It's right on the money. Check it out. Nailed it, right on, dead center. First initial shots were pretty wide down here. Then I started getting them closer here. Then that last one, I gotta go after the real thing now. That's a whole other story. These are the scenes that are a little hard to shoot sometimes. It's 3 days without food, and I just start to feel just general nausea. Every once in a while, I just gotta kind of stop and sit back. Sit back. Makes it hard to get anything done when you start to get active and you get slowed down by your stomach. I've got an idea. Because I've been rummaging around, I found a little bit more. Tiny little bit of flour, a little bit of salt. And I found that big hunk of fat hanging in the shed. Who knows how long that's been hanging there. Looks like it's been hanging there since the days of the gauchos. But it'll have to do. Well, I've got a bit of an idea. One that might put a little bit of food in my stomach. It's a way of getting something cooking without heating up that big stove inside, using up all the good firewood. I'll need that if it turns cold on me. The idea here being is to make myself a little bit of an outside stove. And I think that was rat crap. It's that hunk of fat. The thing about fat is it actually stays good for a long time. So what I'm gonna do is I'll use some of this stuff, a little bit of flour I found, mix it with a little bit of water and the salt that's in there, and try to make some hardtack. You on top like this. Never used a chainsaw blade for this before. You on top. Just want to make up a bit of dough and then fry it in this cow fat. Basically, this is a survival donut. Oh, yeah. And I still need to be careful. This is hot grease now. Ow! Yeah, that's hot grease, all right. Oh, might actually be working. Ow! Son of a... Wow. Okay, this is where it gets a little dangerous, because I'm starting to get a little too splattered. And the last thing I want out here is to get a severe burn. So. Now, the problem here is that this kind of grease in my stomach can also be hard on my stomach, and I'm already experiencing a lot of bouts of nausea. So hopefully this won't make it worse. There's plenty of water, so I'll try and stay very hydrated. There you go, that's hardtack. My gosh. That tastes amazing. Oh, wow. I may have to do that again because that's fantastic. This is awesome. You know, look at this. This is the little remnants fat that I used. I should have a very warm night tonight. This kind of food, high-fat food like this, right before bed, burns in my stomach all night long, and hopefully in a good way. It creates a lot of heat, and a real trick is to have fat like this and crawl into bed. Oftentimes you have to push the covers off because you're so warmed up. Well, when you're sleeping in the cold, it's a great trick to know. It's amazing what you'll eat when you're hungry. I'll let you know if I start throwing up in an hour or two.
Hardtack is just flour mixed with water, no baking powder. But my focus is still on hunting a calf. If everything's to line up tomorrow, I need the perfect shot, the right weather, the right sunlight, the right psychology, the right emotion. Everything's got to line up for that one moment of taking the shot. So I'll play a song of honor. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll help. I figure I can use the horses to get out on the hunt, but it quickly becomes a lost cause. Before I can even get them out there, I'm having trouble. The black horse has become defiant. He's fighting me on even just getting the bit into his mouth. When I try the other horse, it won't leave the black horse's side. So I'm forced to give up and take the hunt on foot.
Most of the cattle is close by. Then you start getting fairly close to them, they start moving away. And of course, I'm on foot, so I gotta be careful. I need a close shot. I see one small enough. Well, I've got to 22. Gotta find another way to survive out here. It's, my energy's, it's dropping. It's dropping fast now.
Peeking over a hilltop seems like it might be the ideal way to get close to the wild cows. But it's a small calf that I need, and the shot would have to be a perfect one and at close range, since the .22 rifle is not very powerful. It's a bull. Shoot. Getting this close to a handful of fully grown bulls with nowhere to run and only a small rifle is dangerous. And in a survival situation, the idea is to keep myself out of danger, not invite it with risky moves.
Oh, I got thorns in my bum. I fell into a thorn bush. That'd be the way to do it. Just sneak up like that. I was right on them, but they're all big ones, no small. Shoot. Oh, here comes the rain. It's gonna be a night of rain.
Things are simply not going my way. In the world of survival luck, I'm not having any. Or at least what luck I am having is not good.
Today was not a good day for morale. That's not good for survival. Everything you do affects whether or not you survive, and whether or not you eat depends on what you do. Sure changes everything. A person's true measure is
counted when they're hungry. Being hungry will make you do strange things. Tomorrow's another day. My struggle in Argentina has been a tough one, an internal one. Bad luck with horses, bad luck with finding food, bad luck with the weather. It's all been pretty difficult, and now it's getting to me.
Decided to console myself with a fire tonight. I need to pick up my spirits, and a fire usually does the job, so. Whew. It's a colder night tonight. You know what? I'm done with feeling sorry for myself. Today was a rough day, but I had a little epiphany. I realized what the problem is. I'm not in control. And in a survival situation, somebody's got to take control. And when you're all alone, there's only one choice of who it's going to be.
It's the feeling of being out of control that's the hardest to handle. In fact, it's the darkest essence of survival itself. If I don't take control, I have no say on what comes next. And creating my own destiny is never more important than when it comes to survival.
The mornings here are incredibly late. That is to say, the days are incredibly short. It's hard to get a good start on things. You wake up in the morning and it's just, you know, it's frigid, and horses are fine. Had visitors here last night, little foxes. I think I'm gonna have some hardtack and take to the water. I wanna catch some fish. It's going on 5 days without food now, and I can't eat grass. If this goes on any longer, I might have to eat some horses. I've been doing a bunch of looking inside here. Check this out. Oh, this is gonna be great. Take the lure, whip it around the head, out it goes, out into the ocean, and I'll reel it back in around the can. Found a couple other things. The ever useful rope. There's lots of rope, so I'll stock up on it and make use of it. Actually, I like getting this thick rope like this because I can always take it apart. It takes a while, but I can use the thinner strands of it if I want to.
I'm only a few hundred yards from the ocean water. This river is locked inside the land and offers me a chance of freshwater fishing. And for this, I have my hopes up, finally.
Wish me luck.
The last few days have been challenging psychologically, and I do need a boost.
I think maybe I'll give myself a routine. In any survival situation, routine helps a lot. It keeps your mind sharp and feel like you're being proactive. So I think I'll do maybe 20 or 25 casts in each spot and just keep working my way along the river and hopefully hit into some luck. Water's cold on the hands.
Fishing is one activity I know well. Hunting down wild cows is not.
Oh. It still feels a lot more likely than creeping up on a wild herd of cow.
Hunting with an old .22 rifle seemed like a fool's endeavor right from the start. At least with fishing, I feel like I have a real chance. I'm not ready to give up on Argentina just yet. This has been some of the toughest survival I've endured, which is ironic considering the fact that I have an easy and ready-made shelter to base out of. I didn't have to build one myself. But shelter is only one part of survival. No matter how many years of successful surviving I have under my belt, if my luck runs out, it simply runs out.
Been at this all day. And not a single hit. Not gonna stop, though. Well, weather wants to play a few games this week. It's snowing now. Oh, I didn't need the snow. What I need more than snow is a fish on the end of this line.
been 6 hours of fishing. 6 hours of throwing this line out there. All right. I'm gonna get out of this snow before my cameras get drenched. My fingers are frozen off.
I can't believe it's snowing now. I can't believe it's snowing now. That's what it does here. Goes from nice and sunny to a blizzard in a matter of moments. Poor horses have to stay out in it. My option is to come in here. Nearly 7 days into surviving in Argentina, and the weather has not stopped giving me surprises. And just like that, it goes from a complete blizzard to a stunning, beautiful sunset. And my world's become white. Since I still have daylight, it's pretty dark inside the cabin. Thought I'd still come out and try one last blast at fishing. Wow. Every fisherman knows what it's like to be skunked and to mutter under your breath with every cast, "Come on and bite. Just one hit." To be skunked when it's your very survival is hard to take. See that? I'm probably 900 yards from those cows, and they just barely caught a glimpse of me, and off they took off. I'm not eating steak tonight. I guess if it really gets down to it, I could trap the fox. It just doesn't seem right, though. My stomach might tell me otherwise. I expected to at least get a shot at hunting some wild cows. I expected to have a strong chance of bringing in a fish or even getting out to some reefs during low tide and searching for octopus or shellfish. But Argentina has other plans. And it seems to have shut me down at every turn, constantly going from bad to worse. And now the winter has decided to show up early. And with my inadequate clothes for this kind of weather, it just doesn't bode well for me. It's hard on me. It's hard on the horses. And once again, I'm trapped. There are enough stories of men trapped in cabins, unable to get out to safety, unable to hunt for food, reduced to dying slowly within 4 protective walls. Sometimes places of refuge and the safety they imply is very misleading as they morph from refuge into prison. Well, there you have it. That's what I woke up to this morning. What a difference a day makes. The winter storm is not content with just blowing through the night. It starts up again and again and keeps me locked in a state of anxiousness and frustration. I'm not getting out in this. I wouldn't even want to put the horses through that. Shut down again, first by the wind, and now by a blizzard. I'm stuck here, and I'm not moving anywhere. The beauty that is indeed the view of a winter's day is betrayed by the lack of ability to enjoy it. There is no more firewood in the cabin, and anything outside is now well hidden by the snow. The once warm cabin has become a freezer box. 18 hours. Still snowing. I had come here prepared for rolling green hills and cool temperatures, but this I was not ready for. 25 hours. Still snowing. The horses dig through the snow, continuously munching on grass while I wait, held captive by the greatest force of all, nature. I can't hope to fight it, only try to endure it.
It's been about, I don't know, 28, 30 hours now. And finally, some blue sky. Just in time for sunset. Locked down again. And it's frigid now.
I have no warm underwear, no winter boots or socks. Only my emergency down coat is keeping me from freezing.
And this is really how it happens so easily. I'm shut down from a day of constant blizzards. I've gone from grass to this.
Argentina, in essence, has beaten me at my own game. My game of survival. I came here expecting to experience the fall weather of rain and wind. Even green hills while I travel along the coastline, gathering seafood, maybe hunting a cow. But the weather here paid no attention to my expectations. It cared not about my survival. It remains as it always does, completely indifferent to the creatures that live and travel here. It simply exists as a harsh climate that only the tough survive. Over and over again, groups of humans have not survived here. They stay for a while, but then they leave, beaten and done with the struggle that is survival on Tierra del Fuego. The island of Frigate, an uninhabited tropical island that rests deep in the heart of the Caribbean Sea, not far from Grenada. Discovered by Columbus in 1498, the island has remained untouched by civilization for centuries, largely due to the fierce waves that pummel its rocky shoreline. Survival on a tropical island is not always what it seems. In a unique way, an island represents a strange form of entrapment. I can walk across this island in less than an hour. The birds can leave whenever they want, but nothing and no one else can.
Survival on a tropical island. That likely conjures up images of palm trees and sandy beaches and drinking lots of coconut water. The reality is that pirates used to maroon people on tropical islands to die. They'd give them a bottle of rum, a gun, and one bullet. A bullet, well, that was to use on themselves before they went mad or died of dehydration and starvation. You see, tropical islands are not always as ideal, pretty, and as easy as living on Gilligan's Island. What happens when the palm trees are replaced with cactus and the water that you can drink is stagnant pools? How do you survive that tropical island? And there they go. My faithful team leaves me here, marooned and alone, for the next 5 days.
They've left me here with a raft for safety, but the deadly ocean currents that hit this island make the raft all but useless.
There's about another hour before the sun sets. I'm just gonna sleep here on these rocks, hope that it doesn't rain. Before I do that, I'm gonna scrounge around, see what I can find. There's always something on the edge of the ocean. No matter how pristine or how remote of a place you are in, you will find flotsam stuff that comes up. Now, check out what I've got here. Half a bottle of water, which in an hour or two will be an empty bottle of water. I got a rain jacket there, and then I got this pot. Got a belt knife as well. And then this. They call it a cutlass. Now that's a machete. That's all I've got to survive. Let's see what I can find around these rocks.
And just like that, in only a matter of seconds, I've figured out what I have within my zone of assessment number 1, my personal belongings and my body. So the next step is zone number 2, my immediate surroundings. In this case, It's the raft that the crew left behind.
Look at this. Well, there's always stuff, right? Water bottle. And I got an old lighter. I don't know if that's water or fluid in it, but you can see it's been there a while. There's the rust stain. If this works, I'm gonna be smiling. Hey, all right. So that's fluid. Oh, that's fantastic. Somebody's smiling down upon me right now.
If I don't look beyond my circumstances, I never know what advantages may exist to help me through a survival ordeal.
Oh. I see something right there. Fishing line. Hang on. That's a hook. I see the hook. I've walked only 100 yards, not even that maybe. And I've got myself fishing line, ouch, and a hook. And I even found a lighter that works. I'm not gonna have any time to fish right now. And besides that, I've got to catch some bait. Anyway, the fish aren't just gonna jump on a hook. I did feel raindrops. I see some major rain coming. This is not gonna be pretty. I got nowhere to hide. I'm gonna light this fire now before it does start raining bad. I can't believe I found a lighter. That's just amazing. Yep, beautiful. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't usually fail at a fire, but I need that blade. It shows you. I've lit thousands of fires. I should know better. But I was counting on all the dry grass and dry wood to just take off on me. Turns out all this dry wood is hardwood. All right, let's try this again. And this time, environmentally horrible scenario of burning some of this rubber and plastic that I found. That means I can get this fire going, then I'm gonna use it. Instead of using the lighter, I see I've got some wood here that's smoldering really nicely.
Thanks to years of experience, my self-confidence will often betray me, and still to this day cause me to treat something as vital as fire a little too casually. Yet the importance of this fire is as strong as it is for any survival situation.
All right, fine. Let's try some rubber. Just ripping apart a rubber shoe here. It's pretty bad for the environment, burning plastic and rubber, but if it gets my fire going in a situation like this, where it's all about survival, well, you gotta do what you gotta do. Whew. I feel kind of stupid trying to start that fire so hastily. But now it's going.
Whether in the desert, the Arctic, or on a tropical island, the need for fire will always remain my greatest concern. It's one of the most important ways to bring about comfort in a place where comfort is hard to find.
It's so hot here, I'm still sweating. I don't need the fire for heat, that's for sure. But it sure is nice for comfort. I sure hope that water doesn't come up any higher. It's making me nervous. This is the rainy season. Well, that's actually an understatement because it's also the hurricane season. Hurricane Ivan devastated this whole region. Grenada is a powerfully beautiful place. Beautiful, but for me, alone out here right now, I still have to be careful. Left alone again. This time on an island. I'm gonna try and get some sleep. It's not gonna be easy sleeping on a rock. I'm still sweating at this point. You know, there aren't too many experiences that are as powerful and beautiful as sleeping out under the stars by the ocean. If you can't survive the psychology and the emotions, it doesn't matter how many fish you catch or how many fires you get going. You'll still perish. And here comes the rain. I got nowhere to hide here. I'm literally just standing up in the dark. Fire's sort of smoldering. All right, I found a place to sit. It's on the tree that had all the biting ants crawling on it earlier. Ow! When weather wants to mess with you, there's nothing you can do. Survival is all about either dealing with the weather, preparing for the weather. If you're not dealing with it, you better be preparing for it. And I was not prepared for this. That's gonna be a long night. Gotta wait it out.
Starting a fire was easy after finding the lighter. Keeping it going will be another story during this rainy season. Fresh water, however, is another matter.
Now, this is how I spent the night last night. It's not gonna help me out here. I can't get across the strong ocean currents to get to the mainland anyway. I do have this life straw here for drinking water. I wanna try it out, but it's not gonna help me for salt water. Check this out. I put the cup at the back of the dinghy to collect rainwater. Look how much I got. So that's a huge bonus, using this as a bit of a rain catch to give me some drinking water. The fire's still smoldering at least. That's a good sign. Throw another hunk of wood on it. Hopefully the rain will hold off and I can scavenge for some food.
25 years of survival, and finally, this is the first time I've been around cactus while they were actually bearing fruit.
Oh, I caught it. When cactus fruit is ripe and ready, it is good. Oh yeah, this is good. I'll watch for more of these. Should be a good boost of energy. I found some garbage, some plastic, those black garbage bags. And I set them up so I could catch more rainwater. And this prickly pear, you don't get a lot out of these guys, but what you get helps. Here we go.
Not my favorite of wild edibles, yet there are a lot of them on this island.
Not bad.
Prickly pear cactus was actually once used as a food crop for many desert dwellers. But I'm on the edge of the ocean, and that means possibly fish.
There's a lot of line here. Definitely enough to cast out there, but I'm gonna have to untangle it, and I want to get it around this bottle. This is not the easiest shore to fish from, so it's gonna be mostly throw it out, let it sink to the bottom, and hope for the best.
Usually a tangled mess, the fishing line I find on islands is also often too weak to use. It snaps with an easy pull. But sometimes I get lucky, and it's still strong enough to use. The trick will be getting the hook and bait out far enough to catch a fish.
Well, no sinkers around, so I'm gonna try using this little piece of shell because it's got a natural hole for me. It's a bit heavy. Maybe it'll help to get the line out there far. Hook, line, and sinker. Ha-ha! Didn't even expect that. A whelk. That's nice. That's great, great bait for fishing. Or I can eat it. And I'm gonna try it for bait first. Oh yeah, I see a bunch more too. This is great news.
A lot of times what I might find for bait, I can always consider as food for myself as well, if I'm unlucky with the fishing.
There we go. Something biting on the other end already. I felt the line go tight. Something's biting, something's biting. I got something, I got something. Woo-hoo! That's a little ocean perch. Oh, yeah. Look at that. All right. I'm calling that lunch. And there's still bait
Here, I'm gonna toss this line back out while I'm still here and see. Forget the whelks. We're eating fish today.
What a great way to start. So I know now that I can access a quick food source close by, and that's a huge psychological boost, but it'll be a short-lived one.
Unbelievable. And all of this here would be excellent bait. I say would be because on the last cast, I lost the hook. So this is it for fishing. Just in case, I'll leave it over here. You never know. If it was absolute dire straits, I would just eat the fish raw. You get more nutrients that way. Survival also comes down to psychology, and you want to feel good. So I'm putting my balance on the side of good, strong psychological survival over the sensationalism of just eating a raw fish and making it look cool. Now that's survival. Sooner or later, I got to go up and over and through the cactus and see what's on the other side there.
I never wait when it comes to gathering food or water in a survival situation. Searching out shelter and food, water and fire sources should happen often and be considered constantly. These basic necessities of survival can run out quickly.
Gotta make sure I don't slip my foot into a sea urchin. There's a few of them around here.
Regardless of the fish that I've just caught, the reality is I've also lost the hook.
Nice.
So that may very well be the last fish I eat, and the whelks here are plentiful.
Well, I'm hearing an awful lot of big thunder rumbling behind me. So I want to cook these up right now. All I have to do is put them right on the fire. Well, I was told that they scream when you cook them.
I've lost the one hook that I had found. This is the edge of the ocean, however, and in a strange way, whatever floats in on the ocean waves make it a potential land of plenty. Yet either way, I'm still very isolated, though I'm technically a short boat ride from safety.
I haven't seen anybody out there all day, not a single boat. So I could scream as loud as I want, light the biggest fire, hit the most smoke. It doesn't matter. I'm still stranded here. And without rescue, is complete and pure survival on the island. Well, that's not bad at all. That's good. Oh, this guy here. That's even better. Lots of them, and very edible. Those whelks are really tasty. All right, I'm gonna climb up through here now and check out the rest of the island. Looks to be a bit of a pathway here.
Now it's time to check out zone number 3. What lay further beyond my immediate area?
Wow, this is amazing. It opens right up. What a difference. Well, this is obviously incredibly different from where I've been. Just huddled down on the rocks on the shoreline on the lee side. A lot of birds, and they're all in the grass. It's gonna be a good chance to maybe look for eggs. If I'm lucky, maybe there's some water. Fresh water. I gotta do some exploring. There's gotta be nests around here. With this many birds all getting upset. Gotta be eggs around here. Gotta be.
Or little chicks. This is a major score. They call them Mariquai. I call them lunch and dinner. You're lucky, because I've already had some fish and some whelks. If I don't see anything else by tomorrow to eat, turtle soup.
There is zero fresh running water on this island. Only a feces-filled rain puddle is available to me.
That water is only drinkable because I have this life straw, or if I were to boil it. But drinking it straight, and I'm likely to kill myself. I can't imagine what's in that pool of water with the dead birds and turtle feces. But with the straw or with boiling it, I can drink it. And that's great because now I don't have to rely on rainwater. When the rainwater comes, it'll be a bonus.
Not since my time in the Australian outback or South Africa have I had such a repulsive source of drinking water. It'll be the life straw that makes a big difference for me here.
They're dive bombing me. Really, they want to keep me away from their chicks, that's for sure. And that was the end of Survivorman. They found him with his eyes pecked out in the middle of the island.
Though the island should be left alone to continue as a biologically unique area, as a bird and turtle breeding colony, locals will still sneak onto it to take eggs and turtles, and even shoot a small group of goats that were put here for that purpose. Grenada itself could be a World Heritage Site due to the still pure nature that exists here, and this island in particular could be a shining example of natural beauty, especially if they remove the goats.
At least I know I'll stay dry here. It's a long night when your pillow is a rock.
Beautiful vistas aside, survival on an island is still no walk in the park.
This is how I ended up last night, crawling under this dinghy. It came on to just pour down. Probably about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, it started raining hard. I tell you, survival is such a roller coaster affair. Super high highs, super low lows, physically, in terms of sustenance, and definitely mentally and emotionally. Well, let's see if I got some rainwater. Oh, yeah. Advantages and disadvantages when it comes to the weather. Say, well, it's cloudy and it's rainy and I gotta hide from the rain. That's very true. I'm collecting rainwater, and that's a lot better than drinking out of that sludgy puddle. I'll take the rain. I'll take the clouds right now. Well, since I have the cloud cover, I can go hunt for some bird eggs.
Even if I find only 1 or 2, finding eggs would be a huge boost.
It's in these little holes right here. Look for all the little spots where the grass just kind of is blown over and you see maybe an opening on one side. Like, look at this right here, fresh turtle poop. And right beside this little eggshell. I'm gonna look all around this area and see if I can find some eggs of my own. Have a real breakfast. Oh, look at that, right there. A pair of chicks, which I could eat, but they're hatched, so I'll leave them be.
There's nothing on those little chicks, but if the timing was right, I could find plump chicks. The reality is that finding them with little more than a teaspoon of meat on their tiny bones is unlikely, hardly worth the lost calories looking for them or chasing them down.
There's a nice little sheltered cove over there. That's beautiful. I think I found my new home. See how it is for shelter. Certainly big on comfort. Nothing like a sand beach. This is a beautiful little spot. It's better than the other side.
As always, after just a few hours of exploring, I've discovered a way to make my circumstances much better.
A few ants, but they'll settle down at night, I think, I hope. Oh, God, it feels good on the back. Nice view, too. Just beautiful. I think I'm gonna have a daytime nap. It's tough sleeping at night. Not much at all, really.
Getting sufficient sleep remains vital to keeping a clear mind for survival.
Where I'm staying right now, I haven't seen any birds coming over here at all. I'm gonna hope that it's not gone bad, but it seems like it's actually abandoned because nothing's been around it. Try and cook it up.
Now that was relatively easy. One single egg hiding under a log. I didn't even have to go looking for it. But finding it without any adults protecting it seems suspicious to me. Still, it's worth a taste test. If it's fresh, it could be delicious.
Come on, baby, burn. All right, I'll let that catch and get ready to cook an egg.
Not only did I find this one egg, but also some wire and a couple of other surprises all around this shoreline.
That'll work. Oh, God. I think that might have been a waste. I think this was simply a bad egg. Maybe it was a dead egg. Maybe that's why it was left there. Oh. You know what? I eat that. I run the risk of making myself horribly sick, because that doesn't smell. Ah. It looks good, but it smells horribly bad. The good news is that while I was trying to find some wire for tying up this tripod, I actually found more fishing line, lots of it, and hooks and sinkers. So I'm gonna get out and try some fishing in this section here. I think I can walk right out into the shallows here and try fishing. No whelks, but I've got a handful of snails I'll try out on the hook.
The area here is not as rocky and perhaps not as fruitful as the other side of the island.
That's the toughest part. I gotta find some more bait.
I don't really want to have to give up too soon on looking for some good eggs, or even some plump chicks. They should be an easy catch.
What I'm looking for is an actual live chick, big plump one that I can grab and eat. I think what's happened is I'm about a week too late. Most of the chicks, they're up on their feet now, and I always watch them scurry off into the rocks there. I'd have to run, throw a rock. I'm not saying that's not possible, but in fact, I'm gonna go look over there and see. This is highly unlikely, but it can't hurt to give it a try.
Well, now I know. It's entirely possible. But this guy, he feels like skin and bones. There's nothing to him. So I can either run and catch a whole bunch more of these or go pick up a turtle at ease. I've upset these guys and this little guy enough. Gonna let him go. And off he goes. He'll be all right.
As good as he may have looked, there was nothing to him. Maybe a teaspoon of meat and a few crunchy little bones. I would need at least 8 of those to make a meal worth eating, and by then, I would have burned off twice as many calories as I would have gained. And that's not smart survival hunting. Not when hundreds of turtles are an easy pickup, as soon as my body tells me I need more food. Well, what's more important to me right now is water. Dehydration will shut me down quick if I don't keep drinking.
That's foul-tasting stuff. But at least I know it's clean. It's the only way I can stay hydrated. Otherwise, I'm dehydrating pretty quick. I'm gonna create a cushion in the sand and line it with some plastic. If it rains tonight, hopefully get more rainwater I can drink.
One small trick is to not eat too much. The more food I eat, the more water I need for digestion. And this is not a land flowing with milk and honey. Just one stagnant pool of rainwater filled with feces and dead birds.
I got this crab here. I can eat him, but I want him for bait. That's looking like fish bait to me.
Yeah, oh yeah, holy crap. It's a big one. Come on, baby. Stay on the line. Come on.
Oh, yeah! I had a good feeling about that all along. Look at that, baby. That's dinner. Oh, yeah. I'm getting repaid. The gods are repaying me for letting that little chick go. I couldn't believe it. That was freaky being in the water and having him on the line. He fought well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby, you are dinner. Yes, indeed.
With such little water to drink, I'll have to be careful I don't eat too much. But this kind of a meal is an incredible psychological boost, and I'm not going to forego it. Searching for firewood on this shore reveals more than I really want to see, as it does on every ocean shoreline around this planet.
Oh, I figured this is just really, really good karma. Let the little guy go and rewarded with a fish dinner. Oh, I can guarantee this tastes a lot better than that little bird. A lot of times in a survival situation, you need to consider where all sources for sustenance are. The turtles are here anytime I want them. Easy pickings. The prickly pear cactus. Easy pickings. But as long as I can catch fish like this, I can leave the turtles where they are, I can leave the chicks where they are, and eat my fish and my prickly pear and get a lot of my main nutrients. I'm going to keep eating. Turn the cameras off. I can almost guarantee that I will not sleep tonight because now I'm going to have way too much energy rushing through my body, but it was time to eat. Wow. There's a major fish thing going on out right in front of me. This has got to be a good little bait for catching fish.
Ants. Why does it always have to be ants?
Across the channel from my island lay safety and people, but the currents here are deadly and they take lives. And so I remain isolated and alone within view of salvation, and that's classic island survival.
Last night's the first night it hasn't rained, so I actually got a little bit of sleep. Early in the morning and already that sun, well, I can start to feel its heat. It's gonna be intense today. I can feel that coming. Before that happens, I'm gonna get out and explore along the outer zone out there, just to see what else I can find. Boy, under the tropical sun, it's not a good place to be when heat stroke could mean your life.
Well, they certainly don't make it difficult. This fella's coming walking right into camp.
That's a big turtle. Anyway, too big for my needs. I can get a smaller one, it'll be just fine.
With abundance like this, I can afford the time and calories to search for eggs. I've had bad luck eating turtles, having suffered through some pretty horrible parasites. And though these ones may be just fine and without issue, they're still on my easy last resort list. The turtles aren't going anywhere fast in any event.
As soon as they start swooping down at my head, I figure I must be getting close to something.
So it's back to the egg hunt.
Ow! Oh, that hurt. Cactus and shorts don't go together. Ouch. Hey, there we go. Awesome, check this out.
Two eggs. Sounds solid. Well, I think what I'll do is I'll do the more environmentally friendly thing, and I'll leave one egg behind. I know where it is. And I'll go eat this one. That's a nice sized egg.
Once again, it's the proactive survival that has served me well. If I don't look around and I just sit and wait to be rescued, I can wither away and die. But spending the time exploring has brought me fish, water, cactus, turtles, and best of all, an egg meal.
This doesn't look good. It looks like it was a bit far along. Well, that looks and kind of smells disgusting, actually. There's the chick. Well, crazy thing is, it's all edible. I've never eaten an egg this far gone before. Well, let's start with the egg white, shall we? Oh, that's actually good. Wow. All right. Now let's try the chick. Not bad. This is going down a lot better than I thought it was going to. I'm going to add in the shell. There's calcium in this shell. Well, there's more where that came from.
Once again, in a strange twist of how survival works, I've had the boost of eating an egg, but I've made my need for water much stronger by putting food in my stomach.
Well, that'll help anyway. Anything else I can do to catch some rain if it does rain tonight. Beats going over and drinking out of the sludge puddle. 3-4 inches of water, and I've got a good cool drink. Just to be safe, I'm gonna make a little bit of a rain shelter here. In case it does come on to rain tonight, I don't have to go running to the other location through the cactus in the dark.
This is the rainy season, and I have to remain vigilant at protecting myself from the elements.
It's not watertight by any stretch. It'll help to shed most of the rain. I'll tuck you in here with my raincoat on, in case I get any more downpours like I did the first couple of nights. It's always very humbling when you do well in survival. It's humbling because just about anything could go wrong in a survival situation, and usually does. I'm always asked, what's the toughest place to survive? And the answer is always the same. It comes down to temperature. Give me heat or moderate temperatures, and I'll get by. Drop it below freezing, and survival becomes quite the struggle.
TV has made survival look like a recreation. And me being in this location may almost look like an adventure. But survival will always be survival. And by its very nature, it's a difficult and a miserable undertaking, not to be wished on anyone.
Huh. Well, that sure paid off well. Unbelievable. Worked perfect. Yeah. A little tiny thing like this, little idea, and I get myself a drink of rainwater. This island might not have any palm trees, no coconuts, no fresh running water, but it has eggs and turtles, prickly pear cactus by the ton that I can eat and live off of, and good fishing. You never know what you're going to get in survival. You get what you get, you deal with it, because survival is doing what you have to, or perishing.
Tropical island survival often exists in people's minds as a cliché. Yet it's the reference point for us all when we think of being marooned. And there are places where the coconuts fall in profusion and fresh water comes cascading down rock faces into aquamarine pools. But here a cactus replaced the coconut. And the flowing fresh water is actually a stagnant pool. Yet Grenada stands as a beautiful example of pure nature. And its islands are uniquely vibrant and rich in biodiversity. So why is it I always seek out the most difficult way to enjoy such powerfully beautiful places? Someday, I'll have to try being a tourist and just take pictures of turtles, rather than considering them my lunch in the name of survival.
Jungle survival. These are the cloud forests of the island of Grenada, where fire ants are your nemesis. Fresh water is abundant, but tainted by sulfur, and weather is always unpredictable. My mission is to survive here in this incredibly diverse mountain jungle terrain. The southern Grenada Islands are situated between the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, northeast of Venezuela. Shrouded in mist, the jungle is veiled from the sun by thick blankets of cloud. It is possible to walk out of these hills and down to the coast, but I'm here to test myself in this tropical island jungle.
I'm in Grenada. It's a small island country. That's a group of islands, really. But it's big on nature. It's got tropical, desert-like islands, beautiful palm trees, sandy beaches, and it's got a ridge of mountains running right down the center of the main island. And those mountains are covered in cloud forest. And that's where I've got to survive now. Here, in Grenada. Welcome to the jungle.
In jungles around the world, I've become used to a few things. Being hot, wet, afflicted with rashes and fungus, or constantly bitten, stung, or crawled on, mostly by ants.
Wow. Now, a funny thing about these buttresses on these trees is they look so magical. They actually look inviting. but it's not a good place for me to survive the night. It's just horrible ground, nothing's flat, and a lot of critters like to go in here. Spiders, snakes. Beautiful tree, but not a good place to survive. I'm looking for flat ground. It's always sounds in the jungle, eh? Always sounds. And when you're not familiar with them, they're kind of freaky. I almost got a little clearing here. This will have to do. Rock in the way, but little body-sized area here that's flat. Really got to watch for tok-tok ants. They just crawl along the ground, along the trees. Well, one thing's for sure, you know it when you find one. Okay, I'm gonna have to get used to sitting without sitting because the ground is always crawling with something.
Ecosystems are living, breathing entities unto themselves, but jungles exemplify this concept and exist as the most rich and obvious example of a land alive and moving.
With the sun going down, I'm not gonna take a lot of time to go through all my pack. I'm gonna do that in the morning. This time, got this guy here, simple orange garbage bag, because this is a cloud forest. And clouds mean rain. Yeah. Gonna need more than this, that's for certain. But I've got a machete.
Each type of landscape requires its own version of a cutting tool that works well. And in the jungle, it's always going to be a machete.
Uh-oh. Oh, here comes the rain. Already. That's not fair. I'm not ready. Oh boy, I can hear it. I do not want to spend the night wet. Not much of a shelter, but it'll have to do. Yeah, here comes some rain. I gotta cover up the camera. It can really pelt down here, so. And of course, I got a rip in this. Shoot. That's not good. This is a survival bracelet of sorts. Now, I've brought this out basically to test it out. Rain's coming in, and I need rope. Now, how do I undo this? Okay, so this one actually, the rope is wrapped around a little miniature tinfoil wrapped survival kit inside. Welcome to the world of filmmaking. Just hold off, Rain, hold off. I see a lot of people wearing these bracelets now. I'm a big fan of any survival item that you can wear on your body, carry with you easily and not have to put in a pack. But you gotta learn how to take them apart. With rain threatening, I cut it so I could get it apart faster. I hopefully didn't do something stupid.
It's often thought that there are black and white answers to what someone must do in a survival situation, but there never is. It'll always be an ordeal fraught with variables and circumstances that'll dictate what my next move is. It's equal parts preparation, proactivity, and reacting to whatever I have to face.
This is the little survival kit that comes with it. Put you away till a later date. And all I really lost was a piece this big, so obviously I cut it in the right spot to get this rope. This little guy will do, but even a pebble will work. Take it, put it in, wrap the plastic around it. Like this, like this. Put that through. I better start hurrying and stop teaching, because here comes the rain, I think. Oh, you know what? It's actually pouring out there. Oh, you son of a...
Jungle rain rarely announces itself as coming. They just happen every single day.
I'm in it now. I'm in the jungle. I just hope I can survive without getting too soaking wet.
Rain combined with heat brings the potential for rashes and fungus infections.
Jungle rains. I have a feeling that this is the way the week's gonna go.
Rain, lack of sleep, insect bites, injuries. I have to constantly pay attention to the odds stacking up against me.
Well, it stopped raining. Well, there's no way I'm gonna be able to sleep in this cacophony tonight.
And the seams are out and biting. Little tiny biting flies. Lots of them. I'm just gonna wait this night out. Try and find myself a good rock to curl up on tomorrow. Middle of the day. In the shade. That's the thing about survival. You always end up needing to sleep in the middle of the day because you don't really sleep through the nights. And tomorrow night I better have a better shelter. It's rare that anyone does the right thing on the first night of a survival ordeal. Shelters aren't considered until it's too late. Fire is forgotten until it's too dark to find wood. And inevitably, the scene is set for what comes next. Surviving with little sleep, which compromises my ability to make good decisions. It rained pretty much all night long. I mean, it was off and on, but when it came down, it bucketed down. I mean, it gave me a few minutes in between each time. I huddled in underneath here, just stayed in real close, and I managed to stay dry just barely. And the major bonus was that all night long, it filled up with rainwater. I just kept guzzling. That one had a bug in it. Ugh. I've got a few items with me here, not much. Backpack to carry my camera gear. Got rain gear, a change of socks, and one t-shirt. I've got my machete and a way to sharpen it. I've got a file with it. Super important. Metal cup. My harmonica. And I had a bottle of water last night, but it's empty now. If there's some more clean water in here without bugs in it, I'll fill it up. Take some more water with me. I've got to go deeper into the jungle, and here, going deeper means going up. Oh, that's good. And going up, there's not likely to be much water. On a small jungle island, I've chosen to stay deep in the mountainous interior to survive whatever Grenada has in store for me. But trekking through terrain like this is always tough going and full of surprises, most of them painful. That's where I'm headed. Up there. There are little tiny, they call them tracks, little tiny trails riddled throughout these jungles. But it's tough to stay on them. They're small and not very noticeable. Away we go. Straight up. It's so steep I'm gonna have to use handholds to get up, and I don't have a hand to hold because one's got the camera, the other one's got the machete. Just a morning jaunt. A little stroll in the park. Snap an ankle here. And that's the end of it. Nobody's coming to get me. No one will know where to find me. Always scanning around just to see what edibles. I even see a breadfruit tree. I don't see any fruit on it though. And that's been the trick too of this. So much, oh, you're gonna be able to pick this, pick that. You get told that all the time. Now the breadfruit's right there, but it's not in season. I saw a clearing when I looked up. I was hoping the trail would go over onto this clearing. It's not, it's just going deeper into the jungle. It's so important not to fall into the trap of only traveling the path of least resistance. It can lead you straight into a nightmare. I'm gonna mark my own trail as I go. Make sure I can get back if I have to. It's really important when you blaze a tree that you do give it a good sized blaze. You want it up at eye level too, not down too low. You gotta blaze it on both sides because when you're coming back, you want to be able to see this. If you blaze it as you walk, always on the side you see, you forget to, that's not gonna help you. That's only showing where you went, not where you gotta get back to. My challenge is to survive in this jungle. My way of survival is always a proactive style. Keep moving, cautiously and slowly. See what I can find. Always searching out the advantages and ways to make survival easier. All right, try to pick out the trail.
Not so easy, is it? Oh, yeah. These guys. These guys? Nothing more than a harmless millipede, right? Wrong. These little suckers bite. Get off of me.
The trails here are old and unreliable, barely cut out of a jungle that grows constantly, filling in the path you make and covering over the marks left behind by machetes.
I think I'm lost. This trail just goes straight down to a river there. And it's a tiny, tiny little trail. I thought I saw another offshoot way back there. I'm gonna backtrack because I don't like where I am, and I don't trust this. The only way to take a steep trail down is go sideways. I hate feeling lost.
If I have a nemesis in survival, it's my own sense of cockiness. It almost always leads me into dangerous places without many good options. The emotions of frustration and embarrassment compound and conspire to undo many of the better proactive choices I've made up until that point. My experience tells me I should always know where I'm going, but the jungle challenges that constantly.
I'm lost again. Trail's going down again. It's not a good sign. I take that back. The trail's disappearing again. And that's a worse sign. Oh, I'm locked in tight here. It can't be said enough. The wrong injury here spelled disaster for me. Just can't let an injury happen.
Trekking and even crawling my way through the jungle on the island of Grenada, the need for water starts to become a priority for my exhausted and dehydrated body.
No, this is fresh rainwater. That's what this is. It's not a stream at all. There's enough here I can get rehydrated again. Perfect. All right, well, that's enough climbing for one day. I'm gonna make that my destination, see what's up there. There's water here. If there's food up there, I might have a spot.
All I really want to do is get to higher elevations, where hopefully there will be a change of ecosystem, and I might find more plants, trees, and fruit that are edible.
Ow! I can't get a footing anywhere on this. It's all slippery. Plan B. That wasn't Plan B. Those are called flamma ants, fire ants. And I just climbed up over top of their nest, so hopefully nothing's hitched a ride on me. And two hands are not. This is not, all of this is either very slippery rock or it's just compacted mud and it just falls away. I'm saying this route is a no-go. Between the fire ants and the steepness and the slipperiness and this pack on my back. I'll try the other. There's a little ravine over there. I can't talk anymore. I'll look up it, go up it a little bit, but if not, I'm gonna have to head back. That's a long walk back. Well, I didn't quite find what I was looking for. Long way to come to not find what you're looking for. This is reward enough.
Climbing has yielded me nothing advantageous, just more of the same jungle. If you look at this area from a plane or a map, you'd think you could just walk out and down to the coast. But that viewpoint means nothing when you're on the ground.
I'm gonna show something here that might seem a little benign, but in the world of woodsmanship and survival, it's a skill that I value highly, and that's the ability to sharpen a blade. Dull blades cause more accidents than anything out in the wilderness. You want your blade to always be super sharp. That way, the effort to cut anything is easy and not forced. Now, what's happening here is I'm only going against the blade. You can see that you don't do this. Never do that when you're sharpening. So it's always in one direction. That's one thing. Same angle, keep going. What should end up happening is on the underside, I should almost get like a burr, an edge burr, because I'm not sharpening that side at all. I'm just sharpening on one side, so it's like the metal will curl over and give me a burr. All right, so I've got my burr. Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, at this point, I'll go too far and I'll create a burr on the other side. I actually like to do that. I like to go too far and create the other burr and get myself a really beautiful edge, an edge that you can shave with. Now, you gently can feel with your skin, or what I like to do a lot of times is drop it and see if it catches my fingernail. If the sharpness of it, just like that, like the weight of the machete is right now on my fingernail and catching. And I like that because that means that it's good and sharp. And that's important. Because I've got to get some food. And it's right up there.
Going back and forth until the burr becomes a fine edge is the magic of sharpening, and a sharp edge means easier survival.
Right there, palm hearts. The great thing about these palm hearts is they're plentiful. There's all kinds of them around. Sugars, starches, tender and juicy. This is gonna help me get through the day now. I'm starting to feel a bit weak, but this will pick me right up. There's another 4 or 5 there. And I'm gonna turn the cameras off and have lunch.
A day of climbing through this thick jungle has yielded me only a few palm hearts to eat, so I'll keep moving in the hopes of finding more fruitful areas.
I've been traveling a long ways, and I don't want to make the same mistake I made yesterday. I gotta start getting ready, because I'm sure the night rains will be soon. That's what a good sharp machete does. Okay. Now, I found a way to make this a little more substantial. Lots of material in the jungle. All right.
It has to be realized that building shelters takes a lot of time. There's no point to them unless they're really needed. It's a tough decision, but survival is always choice after choice. I just have to make the right ones, or risk making things worse by my own inactivity.
Sweating up a storm here, and all I've had is puddle water today. It's a bit of a dehydrated day, for sure. At least this way, if the night rains do happen, much better set up now. And one of the reasons for breaking up all this earth, too, and putting it that I'm not on a bunch of leaves is if there are any flama ants or millipedes or tok-tok ants crawling along, just a little easier to see them in the dark.
If the jungle is intimidating during the day, it comes alive at night, like some crawling, slithering, dark prison, and only the morning light brings escape.
Like that? What the heck? I hate sleeping on the ground when I know there's big, nasty ants that crawl around at night. Ugh. Here we go. Right on cue. Middle of the night, and here comes the rain. Has its benefits. Oh. It comes in really strong waves. There's a big swath that just came pouring through, and now it stops. It'll drip for a while, and it'll probably come up again. It's boring. If I ever said something along the lines of, it's gonna be a long night,
because it's going to be a long night again. Sitting in the mud, hoping that nothing's crawling on my back. Oh, that's good. I needed that. I'm dehydrated all day.
And herein lies the yin and yang of survival. The rain can soak me through and cause fungus to develop, yet it rehydrates me. It can chill me down to the point of shivering even in this hot jungle, yet it can keep the flying bugs and mosquitoes away. Survival at best is an emotional and psychological roller coaster.
There's not a rock in the jungle that isn't slippery. I'm going straight down.
There are only two directions in the jungle, up or down.
I hear water running. Seawater running. All right. Yeah. That's what I was afraid of. Sulfur water. It's hot. Probably upstream there's a big pool I could even get in. I can bathe in it. It's quite warm, actually, and quite undrinkable. I still have to find an alternate source of water. Although with all the rain at night, that's keeping me hydrated for now. Doing reconnaissance missions like this are really important. As I call them, checking out your zones of assessment. This is my zone of assessment number 3. Walking fairly far to see what I've got. Just have to be really, really careful that I don't blow too many calories going for a reward of very small calories. Sometimes it pays off, though. Well, I do know where I can have a bath now. All right, I see the clearing up here. That's where I'm headed. Of course, I went after a clearing yesterday, got to the very top and found nothing. Let's hope my fortunes are different this time. Oh yeah, it opens up all right. It's got to be an old jungle farm. Ooh, I see a coconut tree. That's where I'm first headed, right there. It doesn't look promising, but maybe there's something on the ground. Whoa! I hacked into this coconut just because I figured, oh, it's rotted. It's not going to be any good. I see what I can eat right in there. Here we go. Ha ha ha. Oh. Boy, I needed that. There's 4 or 5 more around here. I'll hack into them all, eat them all. Oh, boy, that's sustenance.
Tiny and old jungle farms exist throughout the island. They're often and mostly abandoned, but they remain productive with all kinds of fruit trees and plants, from mango and bananas to coconuts and pineapples. In fact, if you were on the run, they'd make a great place to hide out. This is a mango tree, and up there are mangoes, but they're way up there. And these ones on the ground that have fallen down are just too rotted to eat. So I've got to find a way to knock down some of those ones that are way up there. I can't reach them, and I can see my way. And it's called bamboo. Eating the coconut has given me a much-needed energy boost. Come on. Ah! Yeah, 2. Check this out. Fresh mango, right from the tree. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. This is a good day. You hear about sometimes people go off and they live out in the wilderness or in the jungles, and they actually will slip into local areas to steal food and get right back to the jungle again. It's kind of what I feel like I'm doing right now. All right, I'm gonna collect a couple of these to take with me and look a little further and see what else I can find in this jungle reclaimed farm. Though the rainwater I'd collected is refreshing, I always prefer to seek out good water out of the ground for its taste and mineral content.
There we go. Spring. That's not sulfur water. That's good fresh water. Actually, it tastes like mineral water. I think that hummingbird wanted to come and get a drink, and I'm in his way. This is shaping up to be one heck of a day of good survival.
This jungle area brings about familiarity and makes all the difference for survival. Evidence, no matter how old, of human activity, cut trees, clearings, all help to make me feel more confident and sure of what I need to do. Now is when my decision to stay put becomes the priority over constantly moving and seeking out more advantageous areas.
Now we're talking my speed of fruit.
These look like limes, but they're actually just green lemons.
Oh, that's good. And this tree, it's a bit of a distance from my camp. In fact, it's quite a distance, but I know where it is, and I can gather a bunch of them, take them back to camp and enjoy.
Oh, it's a good thing I like sour. Don't do that at home.
Mangoes, lemons, coconuts, fresh water. With so many advantages, things are beginning to look up.
Well, it's raining. Again. Funny thing. All this rain, the cloud forest. It was a long hike getting to everything today. I know where the mangoes are. I know where the lemons are. I know where coconuts are. Most importantly, I know where there's some spring water. Just coming along here, and this area's cleared, like I've been seeing. Jungle farm. And where do you see what sits at the edge of the field? Yeah, looks old and left behind, but there's a roof there. That's a heck of a lot bigger than my little orange garbage bag. Huh. This is great. Remember I talked about how people come out here and build bamboo huts and hide away in the jungle? Well, check this out. Let's see if it's just simply abandoned or still in use. Well, doesn't look like anybody's using it. Huh, except maybe now. All right, well, I'm gonna bring the rest of my gear forward then, because I still want to find a good running stream. And actually, I want to try some fishing. And if it comes on to pouring rain, I should be fine. Incredible.
I became proactive and found palm hearts to eat. I found not only water and fruit, but also an abandoned shelter. These are the benefits of perseverance in a survival situation.
That was a long day, but a fruitful day. Huh, no pun intended. Between the mangoes, the coconut, the lemons, now it's time for dinner. So excuse me while I eat. I think I'm food drunk. That was a pretty bad song. Food drunk on a survival ordeal. There's a first for everything.
This should finally be a better night's sleep.
Ah, you gotta be kidding me. I am standing here. I'm not sitting. I'm not lying. I'm standing. And why am I standing? Because this place has come alive with fire ants. That's unbelievable. They're crawling all along the bamboo. I tried sitting down on the floor. There's just, the whole building's covered in fire ants. All right, well, I'm basically in the barn now. And not much I can do but sit out here, because I'm not going back in there. That's insane. I think I'm gonna be pretty much just curled here now in the dirt and hope that the ants stick to the wood. Because, you know, ants don't crawl on the ground, do they? This couldn't be worse. No, couldn't be worse. Survival is a constant roller coaster. Sometimes for every advantage I find, I run up against another challenge. Only perseverance will win the day when it comes to surviving the jungle. What a night. It only rained for about 30 seconds. But no worry, me and all the ants stayed dry. Pretty much spent the night just sitting. I think that's the hardcore reality of survival is you don't usually sleep at night. So you sleep during the day when you're supposed to be looking for food, which is what I'm gonna go do now. I've got lots of mangoes here. That's fantastic, so I know I can rely on that. I'm gonna head downstream, see if I can find another feeder stream that I can actually drink water from and maybe catch some fish. Does this look familiar? It sure feels familiar. Up and down, up and down. I'd still like to find a substantial running stream. I know they can contain large crayfish. And finding meat like that to eat will go a long way towards securing what could be, if I choose to do so, long-term survival in this jungle. This was that little wrist survival kit that I had. That's pretty much what I was hoping for. Fishing line, even a little lure, and a hook. I said I was gonna go fishing. Not for regular fish, crayfish. Well, here's the pool, and I've secured the fishing line to the top here. What'll happen, though, for fishing is I'll get some bait on the end, and I actually stick it into the end of the rod like this. I hold on to it with one hand, and my finger holds onto the fishing line. Then I take this, put it deep down into holes where I'm hoping the big crayfish are. Hey, here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Little crayfish. Feed them through the hook. There we go. Looks appetizing to me. I'm fishing for much larger crayfish. They can provide me with a very substantial meal. They're like a small lobster, sometimes as heavy as a pound or two. There's definitely one down in there. Nice sized, and he took all the bait almost. All right. Try again. Even one large crayfish would make a big difference. But the process is tricky and requires a lot of patience. They hide way up inside underneath these rocks. Yeah, another one's just took my bait. They're deep, dark under. I can't really reach my hand in. Get it pinched if I do. I mean, they can be this big, crayfish. So, lose a finger. So I think I'm gonna
head downstream a bit, explore a little more, and most importantly, since I have been in the jungle for a while, clean off.
Without proper hygiene in every survival situation, I run the risk of highly dangerous rashes and fungus development. Small ailments that can make a survival ordeal a horrible test of pain endurance.
This came downstream, a few hundred yards. I don't believe this. I think I see coconuts. Oh. Here it is.
It's so rare to be able to get green coconuts so easily. So this is completely a matter of survival luck. And I'm gonna take advantage of it by catching up on my sleep as well, so that I can think more clearly and make better decisions on what to do next. Without sleep, thinking clearly is impossible. There's simply been no need for fire so far into this journey. But with the advantage of a solid roof overhead, it's time to make a fire and enjoy its many benefits.
Doesn't matter where you are, how hot and dry it is, getting a fire going still requires patience and long setup and very fine tinders. And then for good measure, I know this usually holds an ember. It's an old termite nest. Watch out for fire ants here. Let's try a little trick getting a fire going. I've got a bottle of water and some printer paper. Paper that was used just to test the ink cartridge. So what's important is the black. So I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna fold it in 4. I'm just looking for the spot where I can focus. I need more sun. There we go.
I had the paper in with my camera equipment.
Oh, there goes my son. Come back.
I figure why not use it for the greater good.
Oh, there's a lot of clouds up there today. It's not helping. Well, it worked really well on YouTube. Okay, what I'll try and do here is just simply use my flint and a piece of paper. So I have no magnesium shavings or anything like that. I think it'll work. What I gotta do though is I'm gonna rough up the paper a bit. Just get some rips. Just gently fold another piece over. Just gently hold it together. Keep feeding it some oxygen. One more piece of paper. All right, now we should have fire. There we go, there we go. Ha 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 ha! Yeah! Woo! Now we're talking. Ha ha. Die, fire ants, die. I know you're inside there. Now that's what I call a meal. Unbelievable. Tomorrow, I'll just go downhill, down, 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 walk my way out of here. My time here is done. But this was effective jungle survival. I could go up and I find palm hearts. I go down that way and I find, a river with fresh flowing water and coconuts I can grab. Go down this way and I've got mangoes and lemons. And that is good, effective survival when I can have a base camp and fan out and find something in every location. That's jungle survival for you.
Within every generalized ecosystem, every square mile has its own unique life to it. Within places we give general descriptions to, there survives a unique collection of biodiversity that, if destroyed, is not repeated anywhere else on this earth. Jungle survival is intimidating to the outside observer, but more intimidating is not having a jungle to survive in at all. The Amazon is different from the Congo. Papua New Guinea is different from Grenada. Though we refer to them all as just jungles, what makes any one area special is the fact that it's a deep, dark, dramatic example of a living and breathing planet. And in this respect, the Grenada jungle stands out as a pristine and beautiful example of the place we refer to as the jungle.
When summer fades and the cooler temperatures take over, one activity over all the others heats up in a fever of intensity: hunting. Bear and moose, deer, duck, even caribou hunting puts millions of people smack dab in the middle of remote wilderness every year. And every year, hunters occupy the highest statistic of lost victims. My hunting partner, Bob, and I are heading into a hunting area in a remote region in the Great Lakes Boreal Forest known as Temagami. Whew. Okay, Bob? And this is where we'll stay. Without food, no camera crew, and very few supplies. Just the two of us, surviving for a week in Northern Ontario.
Northern Ontario attracts thousands of hunters every year, and Temagami is classic boreal and Great Lakes forest with unmatched beauty. But it's vast and would be a tough place to be lost in. I'm giving Bob a few quick tips on how he can film himself while in the wild.
And, yeah, you can see it now, right?
Yeah.
3 shots. All right. Okay.
The camera crew's actually already left, and now Bob is also leaving. He's heading in deep, see if he can find himself a good spot to set up a tree stand. As for me, I'm gonna hop on the bike and go in a lot farther down on an established trail and then hike in from there until I can find a spot where I can set up my own blind. Oh, look at that. That's gonna be my tree stand.
A frequent method for hunting is to split up. You stand a better chance of spotting game or maneuvering game into the sights of your partner's rifle. Yet this is also how hunters often get lost. The split up leaves survival gear and food with only one person.
This is it. This is where I'm gonna head in. I realized after I got going that I forgot to keep my hunter's orange on, so I've put my vest on the back so that I'm playing this safely. Really, I'm just hiking through the bush, looking for possible animal runs, trails, giveaways that they frequent the area. Doesn't look good, actually. I'm gonna put the camera down and just keep hiking. Got cameras to carry anyway. Make my way in so I can find a nice spot where I can sit down, find a runway. It's a good spot.
We split our hunting methods between a tree stand and my hunting blind. Both techniques have their advantages and disadvantages, but either way the idea is to be as concealed as possible, so you don't scare off potential game. Of course, concealment, when it comes to being lost and trying to survive and be seen, works against what you're trying to do.
It's gonna be great.
This is classic hunting. Bob on his tree stand, me in my blind, much farther away after a long ATV drive and a hike. At first, we hunt separately, with the intention of having me leave my blind the next day and come back on the ATV to Bob to drive game to him.
Now we wait.
Gonna be a little bit of work here, because the night has fallen, and I still don't really have a place to sleep.
I feel sorry for Bob. I don't even know what he has for rain gear at this point. I never even asked him. My little blind here, it's got me out of the rain easily. I mean, it leaks all over because it's not meant to be a tent.
but at least I'm protected from most of the rain. But for Bob, I don't know, man. He's gonna have to sit underneath something and make it through the night. Well, if he gets hit really hard with the rain and he hasn't got himself protected, he could end up hypothermic.
It's getting to be that time. I'm supposed to go and meet Bob. I think I'll head off, get on the bike, and make my way back to him.
So the idea here was that I'm supposed to make my way back to the bike. Problem. I set waypoints with my GPS for where the bike is. Batteries are dead. Now this is a fantastic GPS, and I love using it. The technology will fail you if you don't look after it. And I let this thing stay on all night, so I've got no batteries left. So without a blazed trail into here, finding my way to Bob could end up being brutal. And it could be dicey whether or not I even make it to him today or not. So I think he's in a general easterly direction. I think that's pretty much where I can find him, and that's where I'm gonna head. But foolish mistake. Trust on technology too much, it'll let you down. Better to get your own knowledge on how to navigate through thick bush. Here comes the rain.
People rely far too much on technology. I'll adopt the role of a classic hunter who doesn't feel the need to look around or blaze a proper trail, putting all my trust into technology when all along it can easily fail. I've walked many miles from where I left the quad bike without blazing a single tree, so my assumption is that it'll be easier for me to find Bob through this thick northern bush than to find the bike. I know better, of course, but allowing my GPS batteries to die and finding Bob will force the issue of surviving out here.
Something's amiss. The day's wearing on here and I've still got no lunch. I don't hear that quad running. Something's not right. You shouldn't have been this long past our rendezvous time.
Well, Bob and I already had a system in line. 3 shots. That's actually a pretty well recognized symbol of you need help, is 3 shots. So I'm gonna fire 3 shots, and with any luck at all, I'm close enough, I'll hear his answer.
We're gonna respond. I'm gonna respond here. Here goes.
All right. Hopefully you heard that. Awesome. I'm just over a hill here, so he's got to be just that way. All right. That's surviving. That is good communication.
That's good news.
You hear that whistle?
Over here!
All right, coming.
What the heck? Okay, it's clearing here. That's when a plan works out. Just like that.
I can't see ya. Keep calling. Keep talking to me so I can follow you. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's the best thing to do. Get them to call out and follow their voice.
Hey! I see you, bro. How you doing?
Well, that sure worked like a charm as far as locating you goes. All right, so bottom line now is Bob is gonna come down from the tree stand and this is it. We either make our stand and survive here or we move on to what we might think is more fertile grounds, but instead of going home, we're here to survive. After all, this is Survivorman. Or I guess now in this case, Survivorman.
The rain has obliterated any signs of a trail we made on our long hikes into the hunting areas. Our job now is to push our way through the bush and try to survive in it.
I'm sure there will be advantages to having two people in a survival situation, but there will be disadvantages too. The best part, however, will likely be that our energy will be higher due to the camaraderie and the psychological support we can offer each other. The danger will be pushing ourselves too hard due to pride or simple lack of respect for our situation.
All right, Bob's just getting a good drink of water here. We've got little pockets of water in the sphagnum moss, and there's two ways of doing this. Either you can take the moss itself, squeeze and drink, and get beautiful fresh water, or like Bob, just bend right down and get out of it. Now you'd think that this water might be stagnant or even bad, but it's not. It's all fresh rainwater, just been collecting here in this sphagnum moss, nice and clean. That tastes good?
Oh, it's fresh, beautiful.
That's good stuff. So we got plenty of water for tonight then. When it's raining like this, all of the moss and all of the punky wood soak up all that fresh rainwater. Looks like a charm. Fresh water.
Poncho.
Perfect.
Good plan. Somebody's prepared.
Not me, I got nothing. All I got's this raincoat. Good thing Bob brought this tarp along, as this is all we really got for the night. If a moose did go through, I don't know if we'd even hear it, because there's been trees falling down all night and the rain hasn't stopped too much at all. So, have you slept at all?
Not a wink.
So,
Tree fell down maybe 20 yards away. You could just hear it tumbling down. It was just ridiculous.
So, just gonna finish this out, get through this night, and make our way in the morning.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the geese flying.
Okay, that last line wasn't called for. I will finish the scene. When I finish the scene is over.
I like that line. You can hear the geese flying.
When I finish the scene is over.
With the day starting off just as the night ended in a torrential downpour, Bob and I have just kept hiking, pushing ourselves harder to get somewhere ideal. This is a problem, one that can be serious. If we push ourselves too hard, we'll both be drained and unable to properly hunt or make the shelter we need to keep ourselves from becoming hypothermic. The downside of surviving as two is that you can inadvertently keep each other going too far, too fast, due to the adrenaline-boosting camaraderie.
Les, you all right? Yeah, I just got whipped in the face. It's that thing where you walk through the bush 9 times out of 10, you're holding the branch for the person. 10th time, you don't do it, you forget, they aren't watching, whack, right in the eyes. Yeah. Not a big deal. Well, it's always a big deal. A little different when you're at your cottage, but when you're out trying to survive, it's everything.
Through here, Bob. Come on through.
All right, well, Bob and I have pretty much been going all day. We put the cameras away and just hiked. Now, you can tell from the sunlight above me here that finally the rain stopped, but it poured all night. The wind blew like crazy. The wind was blowing actually pretty wild through most of the day. And, hey, set your stuff down here and we'll get ourselves organized. We're out here without a way of making fire. At least we have no matches, no water, no food. Well, we've got water now. You can see behind me, we've actually finally made it to a lake. I think if we go up here, we can build up a shelter. Maybe I'll get you on fire. You mind doing that?
I'll head in there.
So the bottom line is we're not here to hunt. We're here to survive. Use it for making a shelter. We've got with us our hunting knives and a small hatchet meant for cutting bones while dressing game in the field. Any tools at all in a survival situation can offer up an advantage. Surviving with your bare hands is a painful and tedious ordeal. Bob's pretty good in the bush, but surviving is a lot different than recreational hunting.
You gonna get on that fire, man?
I don't have enough energy to bust up much more than that.
Bottom line is, Bob and I both blew it. See, you get out in a situation like this with someone else, your confidence level's a little higher. You're not watching as carefully, and so we just waited way too long to start doing what we're doing right now. We're totally caught, yeah. So what do I end up doing? Same thing as Bob. We end up rushing around way too much, opening ourselves up to injury, and
Also, wasting a lot of energy because we're working too fast. What the heck are you doing?
I'm building a fire.
Yeah, it's slow and tedious. Get the fire going.
You're gonna thank me for this.
No, I'm gonna thank you when the fire's burning, not when you make a pretty little log home.
Little shell there, shotgun shell. Basic striker here. Beautiful strong spark. So I got gunpowder from the shell. Let's give it a shot here. There we go, there we go, there we go! Hey! Bingo! I've never seen him do this before, so I didn't know if he could or not.
Man, it always feels good when you feel flame. That's great.
Yeah, there's something
The warmth of a flame, huh? But tomorrow, I mean, we can drink water all we want here, but we need some food, so tomorrow is our chance to really go at it and try and find some food around here. That was a heck of a lot easier getting through the night with 2 people in a survival situation than it is with 1. Normally, I'd feed the fire and then I'd fall asleep. Bob was able to keep the fire going nice and warm, so I was just out and snoring. And then he'd wake me up a couple hours later and I'd keep the fire going and he'd fall asleep and be snoring. So what a phenomenal advantage it is to not be alone in a survival situation. We're not gonna move today. We're gonna stay put, work on seeing if we can catch anything, get some food in our systems before we move on.
Keep turning over what might come up with some bait, you know. If I could come up with some bait, I could try some fishing. What's that? Isn't that a beautiful little bit of bait right there? Eh? Salamander. I got lucky with that. I'm gonna see if I can find anything else. Look at that. There we go. Let's go fishing. Show you where I keep my hook. And you wouldn't believe how many times I've pulled a hook out of my hat.
This is a good deal here. I've been walking along through the bush, just looking for places that I can set some snares, and I found a plant that I was not expecting to find at all. Wild cucumber. Sweet. And there's a small patch of it here. Actually, I didn't even think it grew this far north, but now that I know that it's here, I'll keep my eyes wide open for it. Oh, that's the real deal. Oh man, is that good. Well, I got a choice now. I now have to decide whether or not I want to eat it all myself or take some back to Bob. Now, of course I'm going to take some back to Bob, but that means that for me, there's only half as much as what I actually see here because I've got to share. And makes you think about things. I've got a couple more plants I can gather here. That'll help. This little guy here. Got wintergreen. You chew on it, freshens up the breath, and it's actually has components in it that'll help to get rid of headaches. So I'm going to gather some of this, and we can take it back and make some tea. Gather some of this sarsaparilla. The roots, I can peel this woody part off and eat it like pasta. When Bob and I were talking about, you know, what to do here, who should do what, and he said he wanted to go out and do the hunt, and that I would do the snares. I said, well, why don't you do the snares? He'd never done a snare before. And the fact is, he's been hunting for years and years, but most classic hunters, even if they carry snare wire, have never actually set a snare. And why? And he gave me the classic answer. Well, I've always had a rifle with a bullet in it. And so it's very true. You rely on your rifle or your shotgun, and you don't end up learning the survival techniques that, what if you run out of bullets? Or what if you lose that gun? Or what if it malfunctions? And so that's why I'm here setting the snares, and Bob is out fishing and hunting. Well, that's good. What have we here? Either bait for fishing or a bit of a meal. Take your pick. I have to put them in a pocket, I guess.
Animals are no different than humans. They don't like to get wet either. Logs over streams can make great places to set your snares, as more than one species of game animal will cross the log just to stay dry.
One big snare and one small snare.
I love about snaring is that it works when you're not.
Okay. I had to turn this on after I quickly jumped because I just got myself a little snake. It's not much, it's not a big one, but still, it's a meal.
Best way to kill him, just whack the head. Okay, pretty much done.
There we are. Now, one way to do this works especially well with bigger snakes. Look at him all curled up there, tying himself up in a knot. It's to actually kind of pull the skin back, utilizing the head. There we go. So now, just a matter of take the skin and just peel it right off like this. It's easy enough to clear out the guts. And the guts we can use as excellent fish bait. So I'll get the guts out and give those to Bob right away. Fresh snake meat. The energy within the muscles of the snake keep it moving long after it's dead.
Hey, you, Bob? Yeah, come on in.
Over here.
It's actually good practice to call to somebody before you approach them. When you approach somebody in a wilderness survival situation, you don't know if they're freaked out, you don't know if they're panicking, and a lot of people have been known to actually shoot at their rescuers because they're just too scared.
Well, here, have a seat and we'll heat up some lunch.
Time for some snake.
What do you think?
Fabulous.
Get the camera on you? Yeah, make sure the camera can see you. Oh, that's a good angle, actually.
All right, first bit of food in 4 days. Cheers.
Bon appetit.
Yeah. Well, it's better nutrients anyway. This, my friend, is very rare, hard to find. Wild cucumber. Pop one in your mouth.
Oh my goodness. That's
Isn't that good?
fabulous. Oh yeah.
Put some wintergreen and blueberry leaves into this cup right now. Might as well get some tea brewing while Bob hunts and I try to bolster up the shelter a bit.
I've fished my whole life. I have given them every opportunity. Salamanders, slug, frog, snake guts, and I can't catch one fish. What's up?
All day, Bob has tried to catch a fish with no luck at all. Finally, someone else shares in my frustration of trying to catch fish without full fishing tackle.
What was once bait
Is now dinner.
is now dinner.
This is that sarsaparilla that I picked earlier. Cook it up just like spaghetti, give you some starches and nutrients. It's actually got a good flavor to it.
Yeah, it is good.
Well, maybe just wild frog, but it's cooked. Isn't that good?
Oh my goodness.
Have some actual meat.
Oh my goodness, that's so nice.
Even a little frog just makes a big difference. Okay, so both Bob and I are kind of, if you can feel it, kind of going low energy here. And there's no question about it, it's just a lack of food. A lot of hiking to get here, setting snares, fishing, hunting, and it wears you right down. I think the biggest danger at this point, though, is going to be the possibility of hypothermia. It's cooling down. If we get a night of cold rain, that's going to be tough. Tomorrow, the local search and rescue will be notified of our situation and will be mobilized into action to see if they can find us in these miles and miles of thick northern bush. So they'll have their jobs cut out for them.
This is the other advantage of being two people. One of the things we can do is I can take... Hey, Bob. Why don't I flank left, you flank right?
Yeah.
See, this way, if Bob flanks on one side, I flank on the other. Well, essentially at this point, we are just hunting, but the fact is, even when you're lost, even when you have to survive, we've got to get something. And we can increase our chances if we maybe spread out. But the reality is, I think we always got to be able to see each other, right?
Always keep them in sight.
Yeah, so we got to be able to see each other. It's a little bit dangerous when you start splitting up a group in a survival situation. But on the other hand, it can be advantageous if we scare something up and one of us is closer to it than the other. You gotta remember what's at stake here. The fact is, we've got lots of ammunition. We've got 3 forms of hunting weapons. And yet, all we've eaten is a snake and a frog and some greens. And it's been 5 days. Our snares yielded nothing for us overnight, but It's not too often you get lucky with a snare in one night. I've done that with snowshoe hare in the wintertime. It's a little easier. They concentrate all of their traffic, but it's kind of crazy thinking about just trying to get a squirrel. We haven't had anything to eat. We haven't had much of anything to eat in 5 days.
We got dinner.
All right, finally, we got some food.
Once again, our camaraderie has served to distract our survival focus, and we're being chased by a dropping sun.
Same as always, it's one of those cases where I'm sweating from walking around in the bush.
I'm sweating now, man.
Yeah, and that's not gonna serve us well. In the middle of the night, we're gonna get cold. So, you sweat, you die. Little break, rain's holding off a bit now. Good fire going.
Here we go. Let's give him a rinse.
Sweet fern, a little bit of spruce needles, and I'll throw in some wintergreen as well, so we get another good nutritional warming tea here before this rain really comes down on us.
Like a bushman stew and squirrel a la carte. Well, the squirrel should be just about done, my friend.
There we go. Some squirrel egg. Hey, Robert? Cheers, buddy. This is a lot better than a snake, let me tell you.
And a little bigger than a frog.
Oh, isn't that something? Well, it's not much, but it's the advantage of having, ammunition, the fact that you're out hunting. At least you can very quickly get game that otherwise, if all you have is snares or just your bare hands and trying to make deadfalls, really tough. Everything that we're finished with, we can either keep cooking it up and actually chew on the bones and just get everything out of the bones, the calcium, or put the bones in the hot water, make ourselves a little bit of a stew.
Smell the wintergreen.
Well, you can too, isn't that something?
It's just amazing.
Actually, wintergreen stuffed in the squirrel.
Yeah.
You might be
And the aroma coming out of that is beautiful.
might be surviving, doesn't mean you can't be enjoying your food. This is our celebration, squirrel hunt celebration song. Join in.
Man, she turned cold last night. The sky cleared out, and we're left with a beautiful blue sky day, but as soon as you see those stars come out at night and you're wondering whether or not it's going to be warm or cold, it's going to be cold.
See that? Ice.
So it got frosty no matter what, and it's going to get frosty again tonight. We better take a little better care when we stop for the night, unless search and rescue finds us.
I'll run one camera here. Bob will stay up front. Keep his gun handy. Got my gun strapped on here. But loaded, ready in case we spot something. And as it would be with anybody in this kind of situation, keep moving. Keep going, and you think, oh, there's gotta be a way out of here. Gotta be able to find that highway. Gotta be able to make it to the lake. Very dangerous situation, because the more you move, the deeper you get yourself into trouble. It's getting pretty wet here. There's rock and everything over there. You see all the rock and everything?
Let's see if we can cut in there, see if we can
I'll
cross
go back
over.
and just go around. Since we want to keep heading in this direction behind us here to get away from the water down there. If while you're walking, just keep, where the sun is now, face the direction you want to go, think about where the sun hits your head, and keep the sun on that spot of your head, so keep going straight. Yeah. At least for an hour or so, and then, you know the sun's moved a bit. You allow for that, but for now, turn the right direction, keep that sun on that spot, and just keep walking, and we'll stay straight. God, he is here. We keep hitting nice little rock ridges, but at the same time, this sphagnum moss, little depressions in between them, pretty wet and pretty hard walking.
Marsh after marsh.
While Bob and I look for a lake with a clear opening to set off a signal, the search and rescue has begun.
We have two missing hunters. Been gone for a week. The initial task will be to try to locate the ATV, and for that we'll use a helicopter and just start from here and work the trails out. Launch the boat at the landing over here and just patrol the shorelines of the lake. And once we find the ATV, we'll get you on ground.
Bob and I finally made it across the swamp. What's going to slow down search and rescue and trying to find us, if indeed we're walking in the wrong direction, away from them? Number one, well, this is Survivorman. They got a camera crew following them. That's going to slow them down. Number two, this bush is thick, and a search and rescue crew must think of their own safety first. The last thing they want to have happen is to have a couple of rescuers out there with a snapped ankle or slashed open eye or something like that. So they've got to take it steady, but safely. You hear that? Chopper. We got a chopper in the air. Bob and I are both in the thick of it here. Hey, look up. There's just no way that Bob and I can be seen down in this thick bush. I mean, we've been walking and pushing through tiny little rock outcrops mostly. For the most part, it's just thick thieves down here. We can hear the chopper. The best thing would be to get a smoke signal going, but we're not prepared for that at all, so we'll just keep moving. Besides, chopper's been all around, but it has not come close to us yet, hey?
No,
I'm suggesting, yeah, it hasn't come within probably 5 kilometers of us yet.
He's way, way over there.
That's the trick. In a survival situation like Bob and I are in, you see tinder, good tinder, you grab it while you go. You don't wait till you get to the spot where you're going to survive, because you could get there and not see Birch Tree for miles. The search and rescue squad is certainly taking this seriously. For them, not finding us by nightfall would be considered a failure. And these guys don't fail.
And there's no sighting of either missing people, so they're still outstanding.
All right, so Bob and I have actually come upon a trail. This trail could take us right out of here, or it could go a long ways. It could be a simple hunting trail, miner's claim, who knows. And we're hit right on the middle. We've hit it right in the middle, so which way do we go? You want to try north?
I think we try north.
We're going to try north at first. Without even realizing it, we're putting even more distance between us and the rescuers. See more flagging up there?
Okay, copy. November 17 Tango, Alpha November 039.
These search and rescue men and women are among the best in the world. They have to be to work in some of the thickest forest on the planet. They're highly trained specialists, and whether trying to find a lost hunter, a lost child, or an escaped convict, they take pride in their efforts. Bobby just took a shot. What'd you get? Yeah! No way! Let's see her, Bobby. Look at that. That's a male, eh?
Isn't that something? Have we got a dinner now?
Okay, therein lies the difference. Bob was up front and he was ready. He had the gun ready the whole time. The only reason I don't, for one, is he's in front of me, which is dangerous. You want to be real careful. And the other one is I'm running the camera. And grabbed ourselves. Hey, Bob, you bagged another one.
Oh, baby.
Another dinner.
This is gonna be so good on a spit. This is gonna make the whole deal right there.
Now, let me tell you something.
Oh.
I've always said the fact that when you go out hunting and go out fishing, reality is, that's not a big deal. You get skunked or whatever. But what you've been surviving, we're on 6 days now without food, or at least we've had a snake and a frog and that little squirrel.
They don't cut it. This is where
like
it's
that.
at.
This is amazing. Bob's doing a quick feathering. Why don't we keep moving? Keep following this trail, gut her, and we got our meal for tonight. Figure, or you want to eat it up quick?
You know, I've got some pretty good energy here. I'm all right. So
we're
let's
good.
keep going while I'm
Keep
not
going, we'll have it tonight
starving.
when we stop, all right?
Yeah.
Unless search and rescue finds us first.
Yeah, OPS, it's Alexander and Team 4. We've located the ATV.
The ATV becomes a point last seen. I'm gonna just grid 360 degrees to a couple boxes around it.
For the search and rescue team, the first piece of the puzzle has fallen into place now that they've found our ATV.
That's a needle in a haystack trying to find us down here. That chopper's up in the air looking for us. I feel sorry for him because there's no way you can spot us down here in this thick, and we cannot find a clearing. It's just thick bush all the way. And as it is, we found a nice little trail here that we're taking.
We got shelter bridge.
It's just no, yeah, and that's sweet. The big shelter rock too. We make a shelter here. It's one of the things about making a shelter. You do it in the thick of the bush, you're making a shelter out of bush, you're the most camouflaged you could possibly be. And never be spotted. So if we can get ourselves out in the open, hang up our orange hunter vests, or even wave them if somebody goes by, get a fire going, the smoke, we're much better off. And that's what Bob and I are attempting to do right now, is to get to the open, to get to the big lake, do that while the chopper's still in the air.
Not too many hours into the search and rescue efforts, the squad continues to find evidence of our trail, and their confidence and efforts are cranked up a notch.
Billy found a piece of crumpled up paper, not too weathered, on the edge of this dry swamp where we're at. These whole searches, it's just like a big crime investigation or a big puzzle.
Helicopter's gone. So, you ever called him off? Or he's just circling elsewhere. But it's tough going. We've lost our trail now. We had a trail, and we've lost it.
Something we didn't realize was that there was a team behind us on foot the entire time. While we were walking fast and pushing hard to find a clearing by a lake, they were trying to catch up to us. So we were effectively putting distance between us, which made the search and rescue turn into something that looked more like a manhunt.
The first thing was two searchers on ATVs that located the ATV, and from there we pulled them back, sent the K9 unit in, had the chopper overhead, and between the two of them, they're kind of leapfrogging from one clue to the next. The chopper's been able to pick off some footprints in swampy areas, and then direct the K9 into there. And at this point right now, it seems like our K9 unit has a fairly decent track on them.
Right, we got two brand new arrows.
Bob had dropped a couple of his arrows, and the SAR team had amazingly found them in the middle of the thick bush.
It's right over top of us. We're still in the thick of it here. We can't get to a clearing. Flash him or wave an orange flag, because this bush is so thick.
We got two spent 410 cartridges. Cartridge here looks to be completely plucked. There's all the feathers on the ground. Carcass is missing. Over.
All right, Bob and I finally come to an opening. Got a lake here.
Bob!
Lake of some sorts. And, oh man, the chopper. Hopefully he'll come back. He was following us. It's over top. It's right over top of us. Wave, but he can't see us in this thing. So Bob, let's set up a spot in the open here. We'll get a fire going. We can cook up the bird, and it'll be a signal, hopefully, for the plane at the same time.
OPX K91.
Go ahead.
Possibly a footprint right there in the moss, a fresh one. Right there, one beside it.
We're hurrying. Okay. Make sure we don't burn those other trees. Got the smoke going, chopper in the air. Got my orange vest. I'm out in the open, finally. Can't believe we found this spot. If we can keep the fire going, just with sticks, raider sticks underneath, some evergreen boughs, but when we throw on that sphagnum moss, it really makes a lot of smoke. There he comes. He comes. He's looking the wrong way. Over there. See, you can tell where the chopper's looking because he's angled down towards the area he's trying to spot. And we're here.
That smoke's got to go up in the air. Sooner or later, they got to see it smoke.
Many lost individuals have helplessly watched as rescue planes have flown away without spotting them. So making ourselves as visible as possible is the only thing that we can do.
There he is, right over top of us. All right. Now that is some great search and rescue. Unbelievable. How they could find us in this thick. I don't know if they're using heat sensors. I don't know what, but those guys were dogged, man. They just did not stop. And this is about as thick as it gets for forest to be lost in. And all we were trying to do was to get to a clearing. And our timing was right. They could have done this quadrant and gone off and left it for another day. You can just imagine how hard it is to search for someone in a situation like this. They don't know if we're not down in the middle of the forest with a broken leg, immobile, can't get out on our own speed. They circled around. We got people on the ground. And man, that is one tough job to find someone in bush like this.
14 individual search and rescue members were able to find 2 men hidden amongst the thousands of hectares of trees in the northern forest in only 3/4 of a day. It's a story that repeats itself every hunting season.
Who the heck are you guys? Right on our butts here?
Often the greatest issue facing people who love to hunt, fish, and adventure in the wilderness is overconfidence. Many times hunters are found after 3 days being lost in the woods, and the first thing they'll say to the rescuers is, "I'm not lost." The same pride that might have caused them to believe that their compass was wrong, or that they can keep walking through the night to get out, lasts right until the end, and there's no admission that they were indeed lost. As one pushes the other to keep on moving, when in fact the best thing to do may be to stop, build a shelter, and spend the night. All that said, the pros of having someone with you to survive a lost ordeal in the wilderness can greatly outweigh the cons. Survival alone is still by far the toughest survival experience to endure. For years, I've been surviving in the wilderness alone. I've had to struggle and starve, climb and hike. I've had to deal with the heat, the wet, and the bone-numbing cold, and all of it alone. Would it be easier to be with another person? Finding food, finding water, building shelters, starting fires. And what if this other was my own son?
You know, every year, hundreds of people venture out into the wilderness, and they take off on a little day hike, simple afternoon of fishing. They find themselves turned around, disoriented. Maybe a bad storm comes in. Next thing you know, they're lost or stranded. They're away from their tents, their sleeping bags, their food, their equipment. And they have to survive and hope that someone comes to the rescue or they can find their way out. Well, that's the situation for Logan and I now. We're gonna have to survive out here as two. We might be twice as strong and be able to exert twice the effort. We also have 2 mouths to feed. Out here, on the west coast of Vancouver Island.
An ideal beach cove like this is deceptively attractive. It makes survival look like it could be easy, but survival is never easy.
You can pretty much tell from the long shadows that the sun is on its way down, and it's going down fast. I give it maybe another hour. So what we really need to do now is pool our resources, get together, figure out what it is we have, what's in Logan's kayak, what's in my kayak, do our zone of assessment check. Zone number 1, zone number 2, what's close, and then tomorrow, zone number 3. But for now, we just gotta make it through the first night. We've got everything that's on the sea kayaks, and we brought along a few little survival supplies.
Fishing kit with just
Basic lures.
Logan's set up for spin casting, and I'm set up for fly fishing. We've got a survival bag that got at the survival store. We've got this bivy sack, and I just want to try them out.
Snare, trap.
Nope.
No?
No, that's a saw.
Saw. Okay.
So this is one of those little saws you get in different survival kits. I've used these before, and I don't know, they always break on me.
Logan has done only minimal camping over the years. He knows nothing of survival and what I've been going through to live through a Survivorman ordeal. I need to find out, is it going to be an asset or a liability?
We're not gonna have a fire tonight. That much is clear. Logan's asked if he could go do some fishing, and in a way I could come down hard and say, well, are you crazy? We're out here for the night. We gotta get a fire going. We gotta find a place to settle down, but he doesn't have the experience of being out in the bush like this. So I'm letting him fish, basically going a little easy on him. Whoa, ho, ho. I know what those are. These are very large wolf tracks. So we've got potential company here in the form of quite a large wolf. Well, that'd make things interesting now, wouldn't it? That didn't take long at all. There goes the sun. And with it, the warmth. We'll see how we do sleeping on the sand. Logan and I decided that it's a heck of a lot warmer actually laying up on these logs than it is on the sand, using our life jackets as padding and paddle jackets as blankets. Actually not that bad. The bonus actually is we're up high enough too that if the tide comes in, we're above it.
There won't be any sleeping under the stars tonight. The West Coast is notoriously wet and foggy.
See, this is the reason for people getting disoriented and lost. Fog. When it gets to be this thick, you can't find your way out there. There's no point in Logan going out fishing this morning. I don't want to let him go out into that. He gets turned around in that, won't see him again.
While the sun burns off the fog, Logan and I take to the bush to explore zone number 3, the outer perimeter.
The Aboriginals in the area would harvest all this bark by cutting here and then pulling the strip up the tree and taking that and then using that for everything from baskets to housing to clothing. These trees will get bigger and bigger and they can harvest more, so this is a whole area of it. There's a whole bunch of red huckleberries up here. This is awesome. The only poisonous berry around here, oh, here's a couple more. There's a twin berry.
What does it look like?
Well, I'll show you if I find one.
Okay, that totally helps.
This is a blue huckleberry on this tree right here. And that's great. They're in season. Here's 2. You like them?
They're not bad. It's a little sour.
See, that's the difference of just sitting around and not doing anything and going for even a small hike when we find these berries. Hey, look at this. That looks like a trail to me.
It's left to the right.
We'll just follow it a little bit this way.
Animal trail or something.
That's the thing about finding established trails. They're extremely tempting. When you're lost, they're like salvation. Problem is, which way to turn, right or left, right? In this case, I know left has got to take us to the beach. But where does right go? How far does it go? Check this out, Logan. Okay, so let's remember this one, because this tree, easy to get to, and this is an awesome overhang shelter if it starts to rain on us. We may even want to make our shelter here anyway. I don't know. Would you rather be here or on the beach?
I'd rather be on the beach, personally.
Still rather be on the beach? Yeah. All right, but if it starts to pour rain on us, this is 3 minutes up from the beach. We can come up here and get out of it, obviously, right?
Yeah.
The beach is a familiar place for Logan, and so it only follows that he'd prefer to stay there.
One thing I'm starting to get a little worried about is water.
We have to find water we can drink, Logan.
Yeah.
There's some dripping there. There's a slow drip up there. There's no real good source of fresh water at this beach. So these little drips are all we have at this point. It's a big problem. With our water supply coming in drips, it'll likely only be enough for one, but we are two. It's always been the irony of surviving beside an ocean of salt water where you can die of dehydration. For now, I'll let Logan head off and do something he's familiar with.
Well, there he goes. We're both suffering from a little bit of a lack of energy. I don't know if it was the hike that we did a bit early or what, but we're both dragging, and we're not actually lifting each other up right now, which is strange. We need to have a fire, but Logan really wants to fish, and of course, it's clear blue sky, right? So who knows? Maybe he'll get lucky. I got work to do.
It would be a lot better if Logan would work with me, but I have to ease him into this thing that I call survival.
See something else I can grab even easier.
Sharing jobs and responsibilities can be much more effective survival for 2 or more people.
Ferns.
While building, I look out and see Logan swimming in the cold ocean water with his kayak floating nearby. I'm questioning my decision to let him go fishing alone.
What are you doing? You flipped.
It's been 2 days of survival off the coast of Vancouver Island, and Logan, my son, has made a seemingly simple and benign mistake by flipping his kayak into the water. In a survival ordeal, little accidents like that can kill and must always be taken seriously.
What are you doing? You flipped.
So you totally flipped?
Yeah. Just trying to maneuver the stuff around. Not even with the fish. Luckily I was close, not too far out.
Yeah, I mean, you're a good kayaker. I'm trying to figure out what happened. I mean, if that had happened way out there, you would have had some serious trouble.
Just with the fishing rod and everything, trying to get it in,
Yeah.
there's nowhere to put anything, so you're leaning to different sides, just trying to hold the rod out there.
Yeah.
Lost my balance.
Break anything on the kayak at all? Or?
No, it was just, kayak didn't flip, I flipped into the water.
Well, all right, well, ironically, I'm working on a fire, so get all this stuff out, and we got perfect sun. Get it all out drying in the sun, and throwing the other stuff. Let's just get you dry. So Logan flipped the kayak, but he flipped it only about 30 feet from shore, which is lucky. If he flipped it way out in the center somewhere or gone out into the waves a bit, would have been some pretty serious trouble. Beautiful day. It only takes a second to change everything for the worse. Now I really need to get a fire going for him.
After I fell, it was shock for a couple seconds, and all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I'm in the water now. Luckily, I didn't have my spray skirt on. I thought I'd take it off. Just sheer luck that I didn't have it on, because if I did, I would have just flipped over and been stuck hanging upside down. That would have been really bad. It was really cold. My heart rate's starting to slow down a bit. I'm starting to feel a little bit like I'm going into shock. By the time I got back to the beach, I was cold. I was really cold. I was shaking. I was a little bit frantic. I was worried about, getting hypothermia or going into shock and, being in real trouble. Because, man, it was cold. I'm still a little bit chilled right now. But working like this, building a shelter will get me nice and warm. So it's, yeah, I was pretty lucky.
I feel kind of bad for Logan. I mean, wiping out in a kayak, he said his heart started racing when he had to go back out for the paddle. It shows him how quick something can turn around. Fortunately, because it's a beautiful day, there's forgiveness. And he can dry his clothing out in the sun and calm himself down and help me now. What I thought of doing was taking your lip balm. In my little kit of flies, there was some Q-tips and Band-Aids. So I'm just gonna take the Q-tips and I'm going to steal the cotton off the Q-tips. I've got 6 Q-tips, so I'll do 3 to start this. And Logan, I want you to watch how I do this in case you need to do it later, right? Yeah. Wax from the lip balm, put it into the cotton ball, fluff that up so it takes a spark. One thing, when you start striking your striker to get a fire, if you're gonna use the blade of your knife, which people argue about,
say never use a blade. I don't mind using the blade because I get a really good, strong spark that way. But do it high up on the blade here.
Yeah.
So you don't dull the main cutting edge down here, okay? Yep. As I say before every fire, wish me luck. Whoa, there we go, there we go. All right, that's got it. What do you think? Not a bad idea, eh? Just some Q-tips, lip balm, and we are in business with a simple spark. Nice.
Finally, Logan gets busy and pitches in to work on our necessities. For now, we'll simply build some small fern mattresses to keep us off the cold sand. But we're taking our chances that it won't rain overnight on the Northwest Pacific coast.
Let's see how this water's doing. Oh, just in time. It's full to the brim. Oh, that's good. All right. We've got a very small but a constant supply of water at this point. Better?
Thanks.
It's always a strange thing with trying to convince people, actually even adults, trying to convince them to constantly drink. It can be tricky, especially in the wintertime, actually. But keeping people hydrated is vital in any survival situation, that's for sure. All right, I'm gonna put this cup back. Little tiny patches of sphagnum moss. You can use it for toilet paper if you need to. Although, big question I get asked all the time, and you're gonna find this out, you won't be going to the bathroom until we get back in civilization. You just won't need to go unless we catch a lot of fish. And banana slugs, unfortunately, we can't eat them. It's too bad though, eh? If these guys are edible. You don't like that idea?
Yeah.
You might in a couple of
berries
days.
and slugs.
I see water. It's either ocean bay or fresh water, I don't know.
There's a bunch of those berries.
Oh, hey, you know what? There's salmon berries here, too.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Be a lot of bears come through here. This grass is all pushed down quite a bit.
As great as these berries are, they're not gonna be enough. I'm hoping we catch some nice big fish.
Ugh.
The groundwater here is brackish, fresh, mixed with salt water.
Come on, show me some water up here. Let's try my old trick here. Squeezing some sphagnum moss. All of these plants here, there's about 4 or 5 different edible plants that we can gather and eat up.
It's been good finding the berries. They represent familiar food for Logan, and familiarity goes a long way towards helping someone feel confident surviving.
What we want to do in this case, this one sort of a rare situation, we want to actually sort of save the plant, and it's called rice root. And I think you're going to like what you taste underneath. Pull everything back and away from it. You see that?
Yeah.
That white? So there's a bulb underneath. If you pull them out, those little rice things fall off it, and you just eat them raw. Then, for the plant,
There's lots in the hole.
there's lots in the hole. That's what's going to happen, right? So cover over the hole and just transplant that, you know, another foot or 2 away.
Okay.
And then it sort of spreads the plant and enables it to keep growing. This way, we're actually harvesting the plant
Rather than just destroy.
rather than just destroying it and taking it.
In a survival situation like this, you want to know what exists in every direction. So coming down here, finding this green patch, and being able to see all these wild edibles, none of that would have happened if we hadn't gone for the walk to see what was around us. We have not sat down and said, okay, we checked out our bodies, we checked out our gear that's in hand, we need to see what's further afield. That's zone of assessment 1, 2, and then 3.
So far, that's only 1 cup of water in each of us and a few mouthfuls of wild berries. We have to seek out a stream or river to keep us in fresh water. In too many ways, Logan doesn't really know what we're facing. He's relying on me to show him the way, which is fine, but it's also very draining on me psychologically.
We tried to do some fishing for a bit and it didn't work out. Line tangled up on us. I couldn't get it going. I got like one cast in and it was like went 10 feet and then that was it. On the way back, I noticed a nice big halibut. And if I had a spear with me, smash. And I get the nice big halibut for dinner.
Logan's sense of what's possible is positive and good, but not necessarily realistic.
There we go. I think I got it going. Oh, it's hard on my arms.
Logan's about to learn a valuable lesson in poor quality survival gear.
Oh, shit. That hurt. Ow. My saw broke. Tried to put it back together. Doesn't really work, but I'm gonna give it a try.
My personal struggle with Logan as a father is convincing him to eat what he's not used to. He's much like I was when I was his age, hungry but picky, and that won't do in a survival situation.
Gathered some seaweed while we were out. I'm just gonna get all the rice root into the cup here. You can boil it up and make it a little softer. And now some of the seaweed, kind of like making a bit of a miso soup, I suppose. This is just little bull kelp.
This food I've gathered from the ocean side is appealing to me, but I'm familiar with it. I know what's important is just to get any kind of sustenance into our bodies. Logan is in a still too casual state of mind about it all, as if he's just out camping. But if he starts losing energy, it's going to hurt both our chances at surviving.
Oh, the water tastes horrible. Let me try the rice. That's way better. It's nice and soft. This is so dangerous what you're doing. It's good though, eh? It's almost like real rice.
It's not bad. Better than nothing.
I know, but seeing you two go for seconds means you must like it.
Or it means I'm hungry.
True. Want the last scoop of rice?
I'm good. I'll be back.
Maybe he's stuffed.
It's crazy, but sometimes the obvious escapes you in a survival ordeal, and we'd forgotten to utilize the emergency sleeping sacks the previous night.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Don't touch my stuff.
Okay, fine.
Stop it. You're screwing it up, man.
Okay. You want me to help you get in that?
No.
Okay.
Not 4.
All right, good night.
Good night.
We fell asleep well, and then the fire died on us, and he got pretty cold. Didn't die out completely, so I got it going again, but colder than the first night, strangely. I think I found his breakfast. All right. They're definitely alive. This could be a serious meal for us. Logan actually got up. Guess the fire warmed him up, and went for a walk, exploring down on the rocks. He should be on his way back. What I want to do is I'm going to put it on the fire, and it'll just naturally open up, and I won't have to pry it open with a knife. I know Logan's stomach is getting to the better of him. It's a problem. I'm trained in this, and you bring someone in, take them out of their comfort zone. Some of the simplest things can be pretty rough for just about anybody.
Sometimes, even the easiest food to gather doesn't come without some kind of danger.
My biggest worry right now is not so much our hunger, it's red tide. You can die from red tide. There's a couple different versions of it, but I don't want to have any of the versions. So what I'm going to do is do a bit of a poison test. This actually also works ooh, this does look good, I gotta say. All right, so I'll take a small piece of it. Of course, the color of this happens to be red. That doesn't make me feel any better. It probably has no bearing on anything, but still, I'm gonna put it just in my lip here. Just in between my lip and my gum. I'm gonna hold it there for about 3 minutes or so. And I'm gonna try not to swallow. So I'll leave that there and see if I get any kind of tingling or numbing sensation.
3 days into surviving with my son off the northwest Pacific coast, and the ocean is proving bountiful. But without a good supply of fresh water, lots of food can become a moot point.
All right, I guess it's been long enough. My mouth feels fine. No tingling, no numbing sensation. A little word of caution here. This is not the be-all and end-all way to test for red tide, not at all. In fact, what some people do, I've heard, is they'll take one of the mussels and they'll throw it out for the seagulls, and they'll watch the seagulls, and if the seagulls don't eat it, or they come down and, you know, spit it out sort of thing, it stays away. Wow. That's really good. That is the best mussel I've ever eaten in my life, right there. I'm gonna leave one for Logan. Hopefully he'll like it.
Logan is out searching for bait to fish with. It's what he knows, and keeping him busy is the key to keeping him positive. But I've noticed something. A good percentage of my energy is now spent on figuring out how to keep Logan motivated. These clams are a great score as far as I'm concerned, yet once again, Logan turns up his nose to good survival food.
Anything?
A little bit of a tingle on my tongue.
You feel a tingle on your tongue?
Tiny, tiny bit. And right in my tooth.
Well, then let's not take any chances. Let's go catch some fish then.
I have no way of knowing if Logan is just being picky about the food or if he really feels a tingling sensation on his lip from the clams. Either way, I'm not going to push the issue.
This plant right here, this bladderwrack, the juice inside, having been tested, is SPF 15. You can eat it and protect your skin with it at the same time.
I'm making another spear for my dad. I've been working on this one for a while, so I'm just gonna touch it up a little bit.
I'd never make a spear in a place like this, as I believe it to be a waste of time. But perhaps I can learn a thing or two from Logan as well.
Here we go. Hopefully this is gonna be good enough.
Heading out to catch fish is a good proactive thing to do, to keep our minds on survival. But it's still our lack of water that has me the most concerned.
Got a nice big bull kelp here.
You see the way all the weeds are bent? So the tide's coming back in.
What's with the water?
What do you mean?
Look at it. It's all like weird.
Weird.
Yeah, it looks like there's like something in it.
Yeah, you know why?
Why?
This is fresh water coming out here. Lots of it. So it's the fresh water mixing with the salt. This is awesome. This is a river coming out of here. This is a full-on solid river.
See how far up we can get.
Little rapids up there.
We've come up to a river. This is awesome.
Exploring provides answers and solutions. A half a cup a day of water dripping off a rock will not sustain us for much longer. And this is only a short paddle from our base camp.
We don't really need to go all the way up to the falls. This water's rushing so much it's got to be fresh. So I'm just going to test it.
Why don't I just fill up here?
Oh. There's a flounder right in front of me. Get me your spear. Hurry up, he's still there. I'm gonna do 2 of them. Come over here, you work this camera, okay?
These 2 spears were Logan's idea, and I had figured they were nothing more than a way to keep him busy.
Got him! I got him!
Perfect.
I got him!
Oh man, your spears were a great idea. That's awesome.
Look at that. What a great idea. Logan, if it wasn't for your spears, we wouldn't have this.
I know.
We would not have this guy. I was kind of like writing off your spears going, well, whatever. The chances of that happening are next to nothing. And look at that.
This is one of those incredibly lucky moments that can be the turning point in a survival situation, moving things towards the better. And with it comes an ample supply of fresh water that we can bring back to our camp in the dry bags.
I can't believe we caught a fish. Tide's coming in. We've got our first real meal in a few days.
When the tide is in, the stream is obscured and easily missed when you paddle by. But at low tide, it becomes much more obvious, proving that even the timing of exploration makes a big difference in how you survive.
If you hadn't made those spears, this wouldn't happen. And especially making 2 of them like that, we would have been standing there going, there's a fish, and then we would have been looking for something, you know?
Yeah.
And likely, you know, probably lost them. I want to save all the guts so we can use it as bait. These guys are a little harder to do than your standard average bass or pike. That's the heart. And I'll eat that for sure. Same thing with the liver. So I just want to get rid of the intestines.
Now, with both ample fresh water and this fish, survival is about to take a turn for the better. That is, so long as I don't go and do something foolish.
Oh, that's bad. It's gonna be bad.
What you do?
I moved the fire up onto the rock, got that all going, went over to feed the fire with my bare feet, and I stood too close to where the old fire was, and I stood right in a hot bed of coals.
That's not good.
Oh, all my weight down on my foot at the time, too. Oh, that's not good. It's in cold water, and it's still burning. Whatever this is, it's gonna be one of the worst burns I've ever had, I think. The best thing I can do is just keep it in the water.
There's really no better remedy for a burn than immersion in cold water on a constant basis. If I'm lucky, it'll eventually stop the pain and any tissue damage done by the burn.
What a dumb move. Stepped right into what was the hot bed of coals and sand with my bare foot. Just start to get, you know, excited about having a big fish to cook, and you get careless. Okay.
You good? No open wounds?
No. Let's get back to cooking that fish.
One thing you'll never be short of in ocean survival is spare rope. Oh, I can feel my toes starting to burn again. Okay, this is like every 10 minutes I gotta go get my toes in the ocean. Oh, shoot. I'm just going to do a little bit of in-the-field wilderness medicine here. Wow, that's not looking so good. I walked along and I grabbed it just as it was washing up. This stuff here, bladderwrack. And this stuff will actually work to draw the heat away from the blisters. Just gonna squeeze it. There's like a goo here. Well, if I didn't know better, I'd say it feels like it's working already. Probably better than modern medicine. That was a foolish mistake to make. You know, I'm not concentrating like I normally would. I've got Logan to think about. I didn't really want to push him, you know. I mean, I have to push him when it comes to eating. Out here, you get what you're lucky to get, and you eat it up. And tomorrow is Logan's 16th birthday.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna build a catamaran type style with the 2 kayaks. So I gotta get a bunch of nice long logs. Not too big, not too heavy, just kind of thin and stable. Because, I mean, with me dumping my kayak, just sitting in it, if you get a big fish, I'm going right in the water, and it's pretty windy.
Logan's working on binding the raft so we can head out together and fish without fear of flipping the kayaks in the water. I'll work on getting the fish cooked, in between giving him a hand and cooling my burnt foot off in the ocean.
Every beach, everywhere in the world. Floatsome, useful for survival.
How is it?
Good.
It's awesome?
Not bad. I would have left it in for another 10-15 minutes, let it,
You know what?
let the sliminess go away.
I couldn't. You know why? It was gonna fall through. Think of it as sushi, which we eat raw. I mean, we could have eaten this whole fish raw. So,
It's good.
Get it all into you, man. Because I ate up the organs, you didn't want them. You gotta get food into you so you're feeling stronger. Not gonna eat more?
No, I can't get much in my stomach right now.
Why not?
Just having not eaten the last couple of days kind of thing.
All right, so we'll put all this nice fresh meat into the cup, and then we'll boil it up, and that'll cook it more. Cook it the rest of the way through.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry to push on this, but the more nutrients I get in you, the better.
No, I know, it's just, it's hard to get it down.
But it's just like fish broth. It's awesome.
I know, but it's fish broth slimy.
Seriously, dude, you gotta get out more.
The dynamics of being out here with my son are strange for me. We must survive effectively. I can't let my guard drop, for if I do, we both suffer. And I can't deny the fact that having to think for two is taxing on me. And yet the huge advantage is the camaraderie. And this day is Logan's 16th birthday. So maybe I can consider this like a rite of passage for him.
Hey, come here, Log.
Someone left a message.
Thanks, Doug.
Happy birthday.
I'm glad we're out here together on this.
Yeah, that's a lot better than you being alone.
It's a lot better than me missing your 16th birthday. I'm glad you're out here.
Me too.
With the celebrations all done, we still need to eat. One fish between two people after 4 days is not good enough. We need more, and we do have fishing tackle, a huge advantage for survival.
You want to take advantage of this. It's calm waters. There's nothing more than a breeze. You know, when that wind picks up and you get whitecaps out here like there was the other day, yesterday, we don't stand a chance coming out here for fish. What do you think?
I think we're good.
All right? It's pretty darn stable. We're locked together here. Yeah. Okay, drop her down. Let's see what you can do.
If good luck evades us here, we'll be in trouble. We've cleared the site of berries, and the only plants left on the land are bitter greens. So we'll be stuck with a diet of seaweed and bull kelp.
You got one, though? Yeah. All right. Well, keep bringing them in. Oh, that's a dinner right there. Okay. I got him in my cache. Can we do this? What do you think? Keep coming, keep coming. Ah, yeah. That's dinner right there, baby. That's beautiful. Awesome. That's one. Woohoo!
And that's all that's needed sometimes in survival. Just something, anything to boost your spirits, to bring about some psychological comfort and keep you going till the next day.
You got one?
Yep.
Okay, he's in my boat. Sweet job, Logan. That's two.
Binding the kayaks together to make a catamaran is working out. We're stable and yet mobile enough to paddle out into the bigger ocean.
You're trolling, right? Yeah. Oh, I got a fish. It was so small that I didn't really feel it. All right, there's my contribution. Not a bad outing. 4 fish, they're not huge, but they're still gonna feed us today.
Finally, having 2 people in a survival situation is showing itself to be advantageous. Digging a fish cooking pit has never been an option for me when I was alone.
You know, that's not bad.
It helps that we're on a beach. The effort of doing this alone has always been too much to make it worth my while.
That's about perfect. What we need to do next is get a fire going in here, and that's gonna be your job.
Just gonna leave Logan alone to get that fire going. For now, I've got to get something to wrap the fish in. And I know what I want. He knows how vital it is to get that fire going. And without any matches, nothing more than a spark, and some cotton, lip balm. hopefully he can get it going.
It was a difficult thing for me to consider. If Logan uses up all the good fire-starting supplies we have, then everything gets much tougher. But I've got to begin to start relying on his help.
There we go, that's what I'm looking for.
This is skunk cabbage, and it's a perfect way to wrap the fish
1,
for underground cooking.
2. While I'm at it, all this salal is what I need as well. All right. I'm hoping he got the fire going. All of this work is a heck of a lot easier with 2 of us. I mean, the reality is that if it wasn't for Logan, I never would have had spears to catch that fish yesterday. And if it wasn't for Logan, I only caught 1 tiny little fish. He caught 3. So all of a sudden, survival with 2 starts to pan out as being a little more advantageous. I don't see fire. I don't see smoke.
This is not good news on a few levels.
Spark it up yet?
God, no.
No? Did it get a flame?
No.
No flame at all?
No flame. I had flame for like half a second, and it died.
Is it still in there? Do you still have it?
Barely.
Well, let me try. So grass is my favorite. You can, in a pinch, spark right into grass and get it to go sometimes. So you need a good splay of spark.
Unfortunately, Logan has left me with only 1 tiny, barely visible little bit of cotton fluff.
Here we go, all right? Here's my flame. Now we got to get a big fire here, nice and hot, and let it burn and get all these rocks heated up. You okay?
Yep.
Are you bummed out because you didn't get the fire? Don't worry about it, man. It's hard to get a fire with just a spark. It's a lot different when you got a lighter or matches, you know? Believe me, it took me a long time before I could get fire. Oh, but this is gonna be nice. Check it out. Looks good, eh? I feel like I'm on a cooking show. Gotta keep a way of keeping the fish clean, and this is the way. Skunk cabbage leaves.
To make pit cooking effective, we'll have to work together in a timely manner. And yet we should be out of daylight in just an hour or 2.
What do you think? Can we drop that in the pit to cook up?
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull all this fire out, and then when I say go, salal in. Fish on top of the salal. Tube lands on the fish, and then those leaves flat. All right, now, cover over. So we want to trap steam inside. So we cover over completely.
The water poured in through the bull kelp will hit the hot rocks and steam cook the fish.
Oh yeah, I can hear it steaming like crazy. All right, well, it's open. Oh yeah, I can feel the heat, that's for sure. Super hot. I think we're almost there.
Smell the fish. Was good.
Not getting the fire going was a blow to Logan's ego. But eating some real fresh fish after 4 days with little food will be a big boost to his morale.
Wow. Oh yeah, cooked beautifully. It's tender, buddy. Oh my God, Logan. That's amazing.
It's a good dinner.
These are your fish.
Mm-hmm. One of yours, too.
Yeah, just a little guy. Well, happy 16th birthday, bro.
Thank you.
That's a great way to end the day.
There have been things that I was right about when it comes to surviving as 2. I was right that the camaraderie can keep us moving forward and help us to seemingly ignore the pain in our stomachs from a lack of food. I was right that when we work together on certain tasks, it all becomes much easier to accomplish. But I underestimated how much effort I need to spend to keep my son motivated. And I was wrong to write off, at least in my mind, if not to his face, the idea of making spears as being anything other than unnecessary. Logan has a long way to go to do what I do, but he's made the first step. And the journey of survival
is the same as any other journey in life. It starts with one step, but continues only if you keep moving.
Oh, yeah!
Way to hit the camera.
Takes out the camera.
This is not fiction. This is fact. Well over 50% of all people that get lost in the wilderness are either hunters or anglers. And like all survival situations, it happens so easily. The weather might be great, the day's warm and sunny and the wind light. You've got a good boat and fishing tackle, and you'll only be gone a few hours. And yet, in one instant, one turnaround of circumstances, a situation can turn into an ordeal, and sometimes even a nightmare of epic proportions. My son Logan and I are putting ourselves into a scenario that happens for real every year.
This is a common story, and nearly every fisherman's been through it, especially if you go on fly-in trips. In this case, with my son, so it's a father and son trip. Plan the day, it's the big long day. Boat for quite a few hours down the lake, maybe even pack a lunch, end up at a set of rapids like this, spend the whole day fishing.
Got one.
Look at that! Beauty! Then you go to leave. And either your motor won't start, or you're out of gas. Now you're in a survival situation. And that's the case for Logan and I. We're stranded at the bottom of the lake, miles from safety, miles from our cabin, here in Northern Ontario.
The camera that followed us in this far leaves us here alone, and in 5 or 6 days, a plane will come for us, and we'll hope to signal them from wherever we end up. There are cabins dotted here and there on this lake, and we need to get to whichever one is closest. But that's many miles away.
So at this point, we just got to put all the realities together. There's no way of paddling ourselves home. Normally, I would say we stop and do all of our assessment check, go through everything we've got. But in this case, because the sun's going down and because there's a ton of firewood, I'm actually going, sort of breaking my...
Fire?
Yeah, get a fire going. And then we can have a big fire going, so we've got it going through the night. What I'm thinking is, why don't you let me get the fire going?
Okay.
Why don't you clean the fish?
That's good.
Good, okay. Let's do it this way. Well, Logan works on the fish. The reality is that we're in what's not an established campsite, but it's a place that people do frequent to fish. There's even actually in the fire pit, there's a grate and an old frying pan, so it doesn't make it not be a survival situation. It still is, but at least we have a few advantages. And I've got something that I'm pretty sure I can start a fire with because we do not have matches and we do not have a lighter. But we can make a spark. We've got strikers.
Found this big old frying pan just around the campsite, so I'm gonna use it to cook up the fish with. Too many bugs.
Often what I find is the best thing in a situation like this is to get Logan doing something that's familiar to him, that's feels comfortable, like cleaning the fish. Because in a survival situation, if you can feel comfortable and do things that are familiar, psychologically you're just a little stronger. It's a lot to think about when you find yourself in a survival ordeal.
Someday Logan may find himself in a survival situation where all the familiarity is absent, like in a jungle or a desert. For now, as his father and the one with the skills, my job will have the added pressure of keeping his motivation up and keeping him from becoming too casual about survival, because that's when bigger problems can strike.
This place might get used a lot, but I think it only gets used a lot in the spring. It's been a while since people have been here for sure.
A nice campsite is one thing when you're on a well-stocked camping trip. But when you're stuck there, days away from safety, it might as well be in a jungle. Survival is still about adapting and using whatever means you can to make it through.
We've got some bug spray. The bug spray is highly flammable. So theoretically, a spark plus a highly flammable substance should equal a fire.
I want to do this quick before the spray evaporates.
Bug spray quickly runs out, which is why I usually suggest bug jackets and screens for an emergency kit.
Whoa! Nice! That worked like a charm. See that look? Yeah. Awesome. Beautiful. Man, that bug spray took that spark, bang, like it was like gasoline. It's good to know. It's kind of dangerous.
We have the advantage of starting off with the day's catch. The hope is we won't be skunked when it comes to fishing for survival. Too often, lost victims waste their first 24 hours being complacent, when in fact, they should kick right into action. On the other hand, it's good to settle and get organized before making any rash moves.
All right, fire. Heat up our fish, and the sun's dropping down. The only thing I'm really worried about now is a really bad night of mosquitoes. I think it's better for Logan and I just to eat this up now. Could invite problems with bears. We don't usually have any issues with bears when in trouble, but we've got a lot of fish smells around the campsite. Wow, that's good. Nice job.
My instincts always tell me to immediately gather as much information about my situation as possible. It's not the same for Logan. He hasn't honed any survival instincts that he can draw upon yet. So I need him to pay attention to what knowledge I'm looking to gather. We need to do zone of assessment number 2. What are we carrying with us?
Right. A hatchet, hand saw, one of these travel thermoses. Unfortunately, it's all rubber on the outside. So I'm a big fan of bringing metal cups. You can boil in them. We've each got a seat pillow from the boat, full set of fishing tackle, which is great. And there's a few things in there I think we can use. Like there's some light sticks, right? Yep. There was the bug spray that you had. And then that's it. There's nothing left. There's no bars to ration out. There's no sandwiches to cut up. There's no cookies to give out or to count. This was our day pack. We had some paper towels. Logan's got a cup too. There's your cup, by the way. But unfortunately, it's also plastic. Huge bonus. We've each got rain gear and rubber boots. Brought all that stuff with us again, just expecting a day out, not knowing what we're going to get weather-wise. So I think that's about it.
Finding ripe fruits or berries or any kind of plants is completely dependent upon the luck of the timing in a survival ordeal. I often hear the comment, why didn't you just gather berries? But most wild berries are only ready for 2 weeks out of the year. Fortunately for Logan and I, we're here at just the right time, in the middle of black bear territory, with 1 million ripe berries.
That's incredible, because this is enough to actually make a difference for us, you know? It's not just a quick munch. And we can travel tomorrow with them. Let's go. Let's do this. Right time of year to get lost.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I can't tell you how often I'm in a place and I get told about how great the berries are, or the fishing is, or whatever, and then it's like, well, it's just the wrong time of year. And this is one of those situations where the energy spent gathering food is equaled by the amount of food that we can gather. To be able to sit in a spot like this and have literally thousands of blueberries at our fingertips is a huge bonus, and it'll serve Logan and I really well, putting the odds in our favor by gathering all these berries right now while we're stuck here. It's a good thing to do.
Logan is experiencing a survival situation that so far consists of good luck and familiarity. He's at a campsite. We've caught fish. The weather is nice. We have blueberries. If he grows complacent as a result, he won't be of any help to me in effecting better survival when we really need it. It's adversity that has taught me my greatest survival lessons. But how far am I willing to go to get Logan to experience adversity? It's the toughest question any parent has to answer. It's our second day of surviving in Canada's far north. And with our boat motor disabled, we're challenged with the task of paddling many miles to reach a cabin at the other end of the lake. We've caught fish, picked berries, and the weather is in our favor. For now.
The only option we have is to paddle this big tin boat and paddle it actually against the wind, unfortunately. But, you know, that's the way it happens. Probably to the tune of 1,000 stories a summer. Fishermen break down, their boats break down, and you find yourself paddling. In this case, we know the lake's empty. We also know there's other cabins that we might be able to get to along the way. So Logan's just lifted up the motor so it's out of the water. And we're gonna get paddling.
Pushing a tin fishing boat forward with a pair of canoe paddles is not easy. It drives home the importance of every fishing boat having proper oars instead of paddles. For want of a good set of oars, people have died.
There's no reason why we can't fish along the way. I mean, we gotta eat. We got the wind with us for now. That's good. You know, if the wind really picks up, we could use the tarp for a sail.
It's true.
The tin boat represents a way out. The time out on the lake represents relief from mosquitoes and a chance at catching food. And it would seem that the survival winds of fortune are blowing in our direction.
We got a tailwind. Why don't we put the tarp up?
Okay.
Exactly. This works. This'll work. It's going in the right direction. There we go. There we go. Whoa. Yeah. That's easier than paddling. Let's just keep this up and see how far it takes us. Whoa!
Mine's ready.
Yep. Woo! I don't know why a lot of people just seem to be panicky about drinking water out of northern lakes. I don't think you can get water much cleaner than this. We've got to stay hydrated no matter what. And the old trick for not feeling hungry is to keep drinking as much water as possible.
As quickly as our tailwind came up, it stops and we're back to paddling. The fact that the wind is at our backs is another stroke of luck. Unfortunately, we're paddling away from a massive field of berries. Earlier this morning, though, while Logan slept at sunrise, having struggled through the night, I got busy in the berry patch, proving again that proactive survival is the only survival.
Surprise for you this morning. Check it out.
Awesome.
I'm hoping that Logan is understanding now how important it is in a survival situation to never be passive.
Logan, I know we can catch some fish so we can eat. It gives us food. We've got plenty of water. Other than getting a good shelter set up, what more do we need? The reality is we need to travel. We need to get ourselves out of here. And so it becomes a decision. Do you stop and fish? Do you spend a lot of time fishing? It's an important decision to make because you spend a lot of calories motoring all the time. And if it's a long, long way, then you got to temper it with getting some food energy along the way. We're just gonna take a bit of time to see if we can catch something. If not, we're back to paddling.
Okay, we got one. Fish on. Fish on. Yes, all right. Just a little baby pike. Just a little guy. Well, we've got one. As my dad would say, we wouldn't have starved. And we won't starve tonight.
Back to paddling.
It's fishing for survival now. Everything is kept. You never know when the good luck will end. And after many hours of paddling, our attention turns to sheltering for the night. And Logan is frustrating me by letting me make all the decisions.
See this clearing up here. Let's pull into it and see if it gives us any good locations to set up a shelter.
Logan's usual calm and passive personality leaves him content with me picking out a spot. But I need him to think, because two minds are better than one. And 2 days without much food takes its toll on my own ability to think clearly.
Well, I know Logan's counting on me to make a good decision here. And just pick a shelter instead of saying, well, you go for it wherever I want to do it. But all of a sudden I feel pressure because he's got to make it through the night, too. If I don't come up with an answer soon, the night's going to be upon us. Can we shelter here or not? That's the question.
Maybe this is why I've always survived alone. I don't like the added pressure of thinking for Logan's benefit out here as well as mine. I need his help, and I don't feel like I have it.
Now that we stop, I think the day of paddling's wear me out a bit. Now I'm starting to feel the lack of food. I don't want to let Logan down. I gotta figure this out. As Logan and I search out a place to shelter for the night, I come up with an idea that I have never tried before. I just had what might be a stupid idea. I don't know, or it might be an awesome idea. There's a ton of spruce trees here, easily gathered, cut down, small trees, right? And I was looking at the boat and I was thinking, what if we make two beds? No, if you come and look at the boat, put two beds, two spaces, triangle on one end, down at the back end, triangle on the front end, a pole across. We've got the rope, we can tie it all up so it's secure, drape the tarp over top of that. We basically have a mobile tent at that point.
That's gonna be a very uncomfortable sleep.
I don't think it will be.
Okay, well, think about this. Let's say we move to a new location tomorrow. We're gonna have to take it down, put it in the boat.
Like, I'm just thinking about that. I mean, all we would have to do every night is spend a concentrated hour getting boughs and 5 poles, and we could set it up every single night, and we would be able to sleep in the boat, anchor the boat in a protected little cove, instead of coming in on shore. The only thing we can't have is a fire, but we can have the fire right on shore.
If it was just me, I'd definitely not do that.
You know what? I'll put one bed down, and you try it out. Lie on it, and if you think like, oh man, I could sleep like this, great. You know, because from my experience, it's not going to be that much more comfortable up on the land.
Logan clearly doesn't like the idea, or at least doesn't think it'll work. But I have to let my own experience take the lead role here. A bough bed is just a bough bed. And it can be a lot of work to build up on the land. The ground here is damp, but the tin boat is solid and dry, so long as we can keep it that way. Working together can be more efficient at completing the task. One of us gathers, while the other builds.
You put your feet up in here every once in a while, stretch out legs. But I think this can work.
Yeah, try it out. Tell me what you think.
It's not that bad.
I'm gonna work on the tarp and get that part ready because I'm seeing clouds come over now. And just like that, how fast we work becomes imperative, so we can be prepared for the approaching storm in the western sky. In survival, you're always either dealing with weather or preparing for it.
All right. There's some more of this bug spray again. Oh, look at that. That's crazy. Rock and roll. I got a fish to clean. Well, it's just a little guy, but it's food.
There's no reason why Logan can't try to increase our food bounty.
Here we go.
Toss them in the frying pan.
Toss them in the frying pan. Okay, all right. Whoa, don't let him jump. Don't let him jump. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. There we go. Oh, yeah.
Sun's going down, and I'm just gonna hope that weather holds out throughout the night. I don't know, I kind of like my new contraption there. I think it looks pretty cool.
Our hopes for a clear night sky are quickly passing as the clouds gather in the west, and the wind begins to pick up. It's just giving us enough time to eat our catch.
I'm getting fresher than that. Ah, that's awesome. And no bones. That doesn't look friendly coming in.
We hold still now and wait to see if this shelter was a good idea or not.
This will have to do. It's definitely gonna be rain coming in. I'll be surprised if we don't get hit by that.
Within moments of saying this, the wind picks up with an unforgiving speed and begins to blow our fire into the forest, forcing me to jump to action while Logan holds down the shelter.
It's just starting to rain now. and the wind's picking up.
Oh, let's hold it. No worries, don't panic. Hold on to that car, buddy. Hold on to it. You're right there. Get this fire out.
Go in slow. Careful. If we knock it down, we're screwed. Oh, this is a bad idea.
Let's just hold tight. Are you dry?
Yep.
Okay, so you're staying dry.
Yep.
All right, you got your rain gear on.
Well, half on.
Gee. I don't think we're sleeping much.
Well, could be worse. Could be raining. Okay, it's not one of my best ideas.
Sky at night, sailor's delight. Got a red sky over there. That might be it.
With the worst of the storm past, it's a good idea to take advantage of the lull in the wind and build up our shelter so we can at least try to sleep through the night.
Night, buddy.
This is how we got through the night. Cold and uncomfortable. I don't want to have to do another night like that. This was not the best idea.
What's your plan, Logie? You gonna try and sleep a little longer? Want me to leave you sleeping? The tarps are ripped bad.
Logan's not sleeping in the nights very well, so I've got to cut him some slack and let him sleep through the morning.
People get so worried about giardia, beaver fever. That's a misnomer. Giardia is transferred by fecal matter, and it's not just beavers, it's all kinds of animals that will transfer. With giardia, you're really not going to feel the pain until probably, or the problems until about 7 days later. And then if you're out of back in civilization, it's just a couple of pills and you're done with it. But dehydration can knock you down in 3 days. So this is a nice big lake. I have no issues drinking the water straight from the shoreline here.
The lack of a normal supply of food, combined with minimal sleep, is no doubt contributing to Logan's general sluggishness and lethargic state. But I've got to keep us moving.
What's that?
Yep.
know, it's pretty clear that the weather's giving us both some forgiveness here. We've got lots of time to deal with things, but yesterday we got caught, so tonight I prefer to get off the water early. And again, we're so fortunate to have the wind at our back. Then we can just sort of drift with this wind, and Logan can fish. He has more luck than I do anyway. Fishing just takes on such a whole different meaning when you have to catch fish to survive. And so far, nothing. Today, we'll start early to try and find a good shelter location.
I'm not trying to be picky or anything. I'm just trying to find us a decent place to set up a shelter and be protected from storms. You'd also have some wind, keep the bugs down. Bugs were pretty bad last night. And we're striking out here. There's no flat ground. Fortunately, because there's so much daylight, you know, I can afford to be a little picky. I also don't want to leave it so late we run out of time.
Miles later, a beach that looks great at first offers up no better shelter.
Sand looks really nice, but right in behind, in here, this is just all spruce bog. If that wind dies down and it gets dark, if there are mosquitoes, this is where they're going to be.
Anyone who has ever canoe camped knows how difficult it can be just to find one small spot to pull up on within many miles of shoreline. This is why people have tended to congregate in the same areas on shorelines for thousands of years. We go to and we build where it makes sense to do so. At least along the way, Logan and I can still try for food.
It's walleye. It's walleye. Bring him in. Bring him in. Bring him in. Come on. Come on. Bring him in. Bring it. Yeah! That's dinner.
Put them in the water, keep them fresh. All right, so there we go. That's what we've been trying to do. We've just been drifting. We're looking at a place to set up our shelter, sort of going along the shoreline, just really slow. We're paddling. There's no wind here today, so it's like kind of being stuck in the freshwater doldrums. And there we go. Logan just caught us dinner perfectly. Nice job, buddy. Thanks.
So we have something to eat again tonight. It's been hours of paddling with our fishing lines trolling in the water without a single hit from a fish and with no wind to push us forward either. So this fish is a huge boost to our morale. But we're still plagued with the search for a decent spot to pull ashore and spend the night.
You want to put in there or over by that stick?
Over by that stick.
Okay.
Still alive. Still very much alive.
Remember to talk to camera and good luck. Don't forget your cameras.
Yeah. Okay, so since we decided on staying just out in the open tonight, I have to make us a nice bed. I figure that it's not gonna rain because beautiful blue sky right now. So if it does, we've got the tarp nearby, so I can grab that quickly if I need to. In the meantime, I gotta get all these spruce boughs up and start weaving them into a bed. I'm just kind of shoving them into the dirt here, trying to make it as flat, low as possible, get rid of some of these rocks. I'm just trying to weave all of these spruce boughs in together. It's the best way to keep the heat in and make it nice and comfy.
We've been able to film Logan catching a walleye, which is great, so that gave us dinner. But then I decided to match him. 2 perfect walleye.
I need my sleep, and I haven't been getting it, so I'm hoping this is gonna be a better idea than sleeping in a tin can. Unfortunately, I'm not just making this bed for me. My dad has to fit on it too, which means that I have to listen to him snore all night. Which really sucks.
How's it going?
Good.
Well, that's looking comfortable. I've got the fish all cleaned up and ready to go.
Awesome.
So I'm gonna clear a little space over there and get a fire going.
What we have in our favor is the good weather. Without it, this would be a much different story.
Logan's pretty much hung up on fishing, so I'm gonna be the one to get the fire going again tonight. And unfortunately now I'm all out of that bug spray. That was kind of the magic ingredient, but I still have paper towel here. What I'm gonna do is sort of rip it up in the middle here. Get it down in there and get it so the fluffy part, the part that I just ripped up, will catch a spark. I wanna get cooking that fish. There we go, there we go, there we go. All it took, that's all it took. It just took a spark and a paper towel. And with the paper towel roughed up and made fluffy, I got my flame. Beautiful. It'd be good if tomorrow we pull out the maps, try and figure out where we are in relation to any outpost camps or cabins or anything like that.
That's probably a really good idea.
And see if we can make it to one, because if we get hit with more storms again, well, it's not gonna be so pleasant.
Loons have been singing up a storm, just dancing and playing and calling. Logan's just settling in for the night. I've been able to bring loons into me before by using my harmonica. We'll make it through this night, clear of any rain. So it's an easy sleep under the stars. But now, onwards we go, as the tedium of paddling must continue. Sitting still won't do us any good, no matter how beautiful the area actually is.
Starting to stink.
You always stink.
Not as bad as your feet, mind you.
How far are we paddling?
Forever.
We're still many miles of paddling until we may come upon one of the cabins on the lake that we can take advantage of. Off camera, Logan and I become a bit testy with each other, brought about no doubt by the tedium. This reality that boredom and tedium can drive you nuts in a survival ordeal is often overlooked, yet it can be very dangerous. If you're alone, you can become depressed and lethargic. If you're not, you can become annoyed and touchy, which is why proactivity lifts the spirits during survival.
So here's the option. There's either about another 8-mile paddle or about 3/4 of a mile across land.
Let's take the land.
But we'll be leaving the boat, right? Now, the reason we're going across land is because there should be a cabin down on that other side.
Yeah. Let's take the risk then and leave the boat.
Okay, let's find a place to land.
This move, however, is risky. It can be dangerous to travel across even as little as a few hundred yards. But survival is always about calculated risks to make your situation better. Survival is about moving forward. It's about going home. How about right here?
Sure.
Okay, all we have to do is go in a straight line here. Just keep the sun in one spot on your forehead, and then we'll try and sort of stay straight as we go through.
Okay.
It's the best way without a compass to do this. All we have to do is go up and over land. 3/4 of a mile might not seem like a very long ways, but through the bush, it is. Don't underestimate how dangerous this decision is. All that has to happen is to get turned around in the thick bush, and then what's hoped to become a short hike becomes a nightmare. Just watch your footing, too.
Yeah.
I don't want any snapped ankles out here. One wrong turn, one branch in the eye, and everything changes.
Doesn't help when the clouds come in and obscure the sun.
No. It starts raining, it's not gonna be good.
Let's just keep going. Now, the calories are burning up fast. This is an exhaustive undertaking, fraught with the potential for accidents and missteps. It would have been safer to simply keep paddling, but the tediousness of that was taking its toll, and it was time to make a change. Let's just hope it was the right change to make. Because right about now, it feels like the forest is closing in on us. An all too familiar feeling in a survival ordeal. Out here, it's not overly dramatic to point out that one wrong turn could put us somewhere where we will never be seen again.
You know what? It looks like it's thinning out up ahead. If that's the case, we may be at the lake. Ah! Ow! Hey, you know what? I see water. We're at the other side. Woo! You want to look around to the right?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, dude, rehydrate yourself, eh? Get a bunch of water into you. That was a tough hike. There's nothing on this side. Shoot. See, we know there's a cabin on this side of the point we just walked all the way across. Just don't know if we've hit to the left or to the right. What I did try to do was err us on the side of being too far to one direction. It's an old trick with compass that you can do as well. And basically, you know you want to go in a straight line, but instead you on purpose go too far to the left, so when you hit the shore, you look to the right, and that's where your thing should be. And we tried that for this, but I definitely don't see anything to the left. Hey, there it is. Salvation. So this has really paid off. One thing I can almost guarantee is that the cabin will not be locked. Nobody locks cabins in the north, ever. That's just mean. Okay, this is huge for Logan and I, so I don't care what's inside that cabin. It's just gonna be good to get up in there for tonight. Wow, huge, huge bonus. Incredible. You know what? This was the way of the north. Little trappers' cabins, and in this case, this was a fishing lodge. You can see the doors just left open. So it looks like they've been taking care of the place.
Yeah, it looks nice.
We stay here, we light a signal fire tomorrow, and we wait for plane rescue.
So the one thing we did actually bring with us from the boat as well was the saw. So it just fit nicely in the day pack, so I thought I'd bring it along. So that's gonna help me to take down this tree a lot easier than using my knife.
We've decided to build what I would consider to be a classic signal fire with 3 green trees. More than anything, I simply want Logan to learn this process, to grasp the concept of a fast lighting and thick smoking fire to be used for rescue.
That should hopefully be enough to get a nice, good signal fire going and get out of here.
Okay. I'm gonna weave these back in here. Make the platform.
We've shoved birch bark and even rubber and plastic from the camp inside the branches to help make the smoke thick. It's not very environmentally conscious, but this is about survival.
It looks good.
There we go. Signal fire ready to go.
As first the night, spent this time in comfort, and then the morning passes, we'll sit and wait for the sound of a plane in the far distance.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Camera. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, wait till we see him. Don't light it yet. Just because we hear him doesn't mean anything at this point. Okay, here he is, way over there. Way over there. Okay, light it, light it, light it, light it. Hopefully it'll do its thing. It's coming right this way. He's got to see it.
This is never a guarantee. Of course, this pilot knew to look for us, but often the smoke from a rescue fire can appear to be nothing more than a wisp of swamp steam, and not smoke at all. It takes much training for searchers to become good at spotting lost victims in inaccessible areas and remote forests, and there are other camps in the area, so there's no guarantee that this is the one that we made our way to.
That's him letting us know that he's here, he's coming. When they fly that low like that, he's letting us know he's seen us.
Even though Logan and I put ourselves in this situation, and even though Logan has the advantage of having me, his father, with him to take the lead role and guide him through difficult circumstances, I know that he would still feel the relief in this moment as the plane touches down, because it'll take him back home, back to safety, back to all the comforts and trappings of civilized living, far removed from the reality of being lost in the woods, far from the reality of survival.